Hey everyone, how's it going? Welcome to another Last Cloudia stream, or video if you're seeing this later. So, today's interesting, as we've got a new collab today. I didn't expect this, but you know, Slime collab, it's nice to have it back, right? But it's not on my priority list for collabs, and there are a lot more interesting and better collabs that they could have that I've been hoping for. So, I mean, I like that they're having this rerun, but I wish it was something that the players have been more looking forward to, like Dr. Stone, and that's the main one I think. And Persona's been ages since that one, and a few other ones too. But hey, how's it going? Today we're going to be going over obviously the new unit that's going to be the main focus of today, and there are 4 new insight units. I haven't looked super in depth with the insight units yet, so I'm going to be doing that later today. I don't think there's going to be anything crazy because there's no like support units or anything. They are more of just more generic damage dealers. But I'm hoping there's some more interesting stuff with those insight units and they're not just generic damage dealers, but we'll have to wait to see. And that's pretty much everything. Unfortunately, the 2 units, Diablo and Veldora, don't have insight, and I don't know why. It's a bit strange. I did look at their live stream a little bit, and they said they're kind of too new, and I don't agree with that. I don't understand why they didn't give them insight, because they really need it. I mean, Diablo's still usable, but Veldora's just garbage unit in this game, at least. So, let's start this off with having a look at everything in the news. There is a good amount of stuff to go over today, so it's probably going to be a bit of a longer stream because I do want to make sure that I cover everything. And I just want to ask everyone something. Because the background that I have on the live streams, I don't know if anyone cares about that or whatever. I didn't decide to change it today because I've been spending more time farming the event and stuff. But if people like seeing the different backgrounds, then just let me know. But yeah. I haven't done any summons yet. We will definitely be doing some summons in a bit. Let's have a look at everything in the news first of all, because there's a good amount of things to go over today. I'm really hoping that there's a new collab next. Not immediately after, I mean the next collab that we have, I'm hoping that it's something new, because we've had a lot of reruns recently. And this rerun isn't just like the Devil May Cry rerun, it is bringing new units, which is nice. So let's have a quick look at everything in the maintenance notice. We'll have a look at the main collab afterwards. I just want to make sure that I check everything they've added today or is going to be added very soon. So of course we've got a new unit and arc. We'll be focusing on that in a moment. This unit looks quite interesting to me because she has, you know, quite a lot of interesting things going on. She is a damage dealer, yes, but she is an interesting damage dealer, and I'm looking forward to trying her out and looking at her entire kit because I feel like she could be quite a decent unit. But we'll have a look at that in a moment. Tower of Trials is back, of course, and there are some decent banners going on right now. We've got a free 10 spin, more free pulls, so that's nice. If you're wondering what you should be selecting on here, Advocate of God Labref, if you don't have her, she's still quite useful for PvP purposes. Everyone else doesn't really matter. I suppose Ascended Roland can still be used, but Labref is like the only usable one long term for like PvP. I don't really use any of the other ones in here, so Labref is like the only useful one. And these UR arcs, of course, the Theopolis and Great War of Ruin are the 2 most important ones. I would consider the Theopolis to be more useful than the Great War of Ruin right now. But try and get those 2. Obviously, the rate ups are very, very tiny, so you're not likely to get anything from this. But, you know, you never know. Definitely select Theopolis if you don't have it. And then Great War of Ruin, everything else, not as useful, but, you know, they're still good. If you can manage to get any of them. And then we've got some new UR guaranteed banners. These are interesting. So you've got one that started today. This one gives you 1 UR arc that you don't have, and it's a 3 spin gacha, so all UR slots, so you get 3 URs guaranteed. but only one of them is guaranteed to be new. And the good thing about this is it's 6,000 paid crystals. It says it right there, it's 6,000 paid crystals instead of the normal 9,000, so I do like that. Yeah, if you already have Great Wall of Ruin and Theopolis, then Council of 10 would be the next best, I would say. And then if you already have that, then I don't think it really matters that much. Either Logzaius or Milim, probably. Amaterasu is the most useless one, I would say. So this one goes up to the UR arc that was from Young Balin's banner, which is a pretty good arc. I highly recommend to check the draw pool and just see what you're missing, because yes, I do think this will be a very good banner for players that are missing multiple UR arcs. I'm considering doing it later because 6,000 paid crystals, I'm probably just going to do it because why not? Maybe I can get more than one, it's not very likely because I got most of them, but anyways. It is a decent one if you're missing a bunch of UR arcs, or if you're just missing some specific ones that you know you really want, then it could be worth doing. For that one for sure. And then we've got another UR guaranteed banner next week. So both of these are paid banners, but they are UR banners have always been paid like this that guarantees UR arcs, so that should be expected. This one is quite a interesting one too. Is Hinata good? Yes, I do think she'll be good, but I haven't gone in depth with her kit yet, so just wait a moment on that one. This one is a 10 spin gacha, guarantees 1 UR arc, 1 preferred UR arc. Only one specific UR arc that you don't have is guaranteed on slot 10, and you can't get a second UR arc, only guarantees one of them, so I do consider this one to be a bit better than this one. Unless you've got like all of them and you're missing the Susanoo arc. Because if you're missing that, and only that, then 6,000 paid crystals to guarantee that arc would be very nice. But most players are not going to be in that situation, so probably don't worry too much about this one, but this one can be a good one if you're, you know, missing a bunch of arcs or really want a specific one, it's up to you. But it's a decent deal for UR arcs, at least in this game, compared to other, you know, banners that we've had. So I don't think there's too much else. There are a few changes, a few things in the shop, which always happens. A few changes to Icicle Shot, which is on the base form of Rimuru. They just increased the damage cap of that one, and this one is now got 20 more MP than it did before. And this skill has been changed to be 50% strength instead, and she can now equip axes, and the shift form of Milim can now equip axes as well. And they've made some improvements. I don't think there's anything crazy here, but there is some things I want to mention here very quickly. So they have improved how attacks are made by Rimuru, so the shift form of Rimuru and the shift form of Milim as well. So it's basically just better pathing with the skills, nothing crazy there, just very small changes, and then changes to AI behavior. Yeah, I think the second part 2 unit could be interesting, but we don't have any information on him yet, so we have to wait to see. But definitely wait for that, just in case. So there is one very important thing that I want to mention here, which is in the bug fixes. So, of course, they have the change to Archbeing Labreff's traits, which, if you've read that already, basically they have changed how her trait works, and now it just gives 2 revives, which is very PvP focused and is kind of insane now. So, yeah. Yeah, I do like her as a unit. She looks like she could be quite interesting. So, here is the very controversial thing that I am not a fan of. An issue, in quotes, issue, sure, it's an issue, with the unit Demon Lord Rimuru's Tempest skill Inferno, which is his skill 1, caused the hit count to be higher than intended. So you may be thinking it's not that big of an issue, but it is, because I haven't tried it out. I'm just assuming based on what we know about the units and based on what they're saying. They're basically, I think, they're treating the chaining effect of his skill 1 as a bug, and they're removing it. And if that is the case, that is just ridiculous, and I don't know why they've even done that, because I wouldn't even consider that to be, you know, an issue when it's an actual feature in the game that is on a few units, like 3 units in total. Yeah, I think Benny should be fire, because he's red, and his souls are red, so I think he's going to be fire. I would expect so. If he's not fire, I'm going to be confused. Like, why is he not fire? He should be. And we haven't had a fire unit, a meta fire unit in quite a while. Yes, he's got the black fire, but he should be fire. But yeah, that's the main change here, is issue with Rimuru's skill 1. I hope it's not what I hope it's not what I think it is, because if it is, it's gonna be so bad, and I can't test it out because you need to test it against multiple enemies to really see if it is what it is, but who knows? Have to wait and see on that. And then, of course, there is one thing, the maintenance notice for the actual collab itself. Yeah, maybe like BB Shin. I think he should be fire. So we got 2 new units, Hinata and Benimaru. I don't know anything about Slime in general because I don't watch it or anything like that, but I am aware of the characters at least. This character, I think more people are looking forward to him because, you know, I know he's a more exciting character for most people. I don't know much, but yeah, Callan was quite a while ago at this point, honestly. And I've stopped using her because Christmas Rem had just replaced her in basically every stage, and it did get boring continuing to use Callan all the time, and only her skill 3 is good. So, you know, there's 2 limited arcs, of course, going to be 2 banners, Redux units, so we've got 4 insight units, I'll cover those later on, and 2 units that don't have insight because they're bloody stupid, and I don't know why they didn't give them insight because they really should have, and Veldora is completely useless of a unit right now in its current state, and Diablo is good of a unit, but he needs insight to actually be viable. So they're kind of useless right now until they get insight in the future, and I don't know why they didn't give them just now, but enough about that. I am quite annoyed about that, and a lot of people are annoyed. Power creep X-Rem, I doubt. I hope not, because we don't want you don't want power creep that big all the time, because that just, you know, causes problems. Redux arcs, I will cover these later on and have a look at each of them and talk about which one you should be getting. Basically, TLDR is Conqueror Flames and Sawn Ally. I like those 2 the most. There is probably some other useful things, but I'm going to check them all later on, so look at that later. And you can get a guaranteed select ticket from the events. Just do the first event stage and you get it. And I will talk about the select tickets probably after I talk about the part 1 unit. I will then talk about the Redux units and everything after that, so just wait for that, or just skip to it if you're looking at this in the future, then you can easily do that, so that's great. Insight has been added to those units, we'll look at those. I'm hoping they're good, but I doubt it, but let's hope, and hope they're not terrible, but we'll see. And you can get a good amount of summons and a bunch of equipment and stuff, sure, the event itself, of course. Unit test play quests, like always. We'll look at those units later on. Unit damage rankings is going to be starting on the 20th of March. Okay, as in 8 days, right? And event equipment. So now we have Godforge for all of the paid equipments for the older units, which is nice. So if I remember, that's a big if I remember later, then I do want to have a look at these. Probably after I look at the Redux stuff, hopefully. Or maybe if I look at the Insight units at the same time. I might do that, if I remember. But I don't think there's anything crazy here. They're just a bit more damage and damage cap mostly on most of them, so I don't think there's anything crazy here, but maybe if some of these Insight units end up being good, then the paid equipments will be worth having, but I can wait to see on that later on. That's pretty much everything, I think. Collab challenge, of course. Login bonus for more tickets, like always. trending promos, sketches themselves, like always. Part 2 is going to be starting on the 19th of March, which is going to be next Thursday, and I'll definitely be here for that, so look forward to that. That should be fun. And Redux banners. This is what they should have done for the Devil May Cry rerun. This has 1.2% chance on this Redux, but Devil May Cry only had a 0.8% chance. Why? Who knows? They just wanted more money for some reason, because they know that everyone wanted that collab, so they decided to make the rates lower. It's still annoying me, it really is, but it's nice to at least see that it's backed up to the normal 1.2% on this. So yeah, part 2 is next week. It isn't a two-week break on collabs. In collabs, it's a bit different than normal. Normally, there'll be a 2-week break between Descent of Heroes banners and permanent banners, but in collabs, it's always a week between. And then after part 2, you've got another week, and then the week after that should be another unit. I would think so. So there should be a 2-week break after part 2. Usually, collabs like this are 3 weeks long, unless they end up doing something, you know, stupid and different. And they have done different things in the past, that they've had a unit release every week for the collabs, and there's been a lot of weird stuff. Yeah, you've even had collabs that have had 2 new units at the exact same week, and it's a lot. That's why you got to save for those times when they do happen, and you can never predict it when it does happen. Redux tickets are pretty nice. I believe it's a 2.4% chance in total to get something new or something on rate up from this, so that's pretty nice. I just wish there were more Redux tickets though. Yeah, if you get the new unit, definitely max her out and start building her for sure, because definitely going to be worth building that unit, because if you get a new unit, you can basically always guarantee that they're going to be good in some way. There's a few exceptions, but we don't talk about that. We try not to anyways. One collab unit not held. This is a paid banner, 3,000 paid crystals. Can mostly ignore this one, honestly, unless you were here for the past reruns and have most of them. But you can mostly ignore this, I think. Unless you really like collab, that's up to you. And one collab arc not held for 3,000 paid crystals as well. Could be nice. If you're like a player that really wants to collect everything, then these banners are quite useful. But for someone like me who's missing all of these, I probably wouldn't do it, because you're likely to get something that you don't want. Like, there's a lot of things you wouldn't want from the arcs probably, and the units as well. Like, you wouldn't want Veldora because he's the most useless unit out of all of these, and I can say that without even looking at his kit, because I remember how bad he was when it came out, so yeah. Shop updates, of course. Redux collab trade ticket for 4,500 paid crystals is pretty nice. I might do this, it depends how the summons go, and before the end of the collab at least. Because I do want to try and get a couple of these arcs, because I know that some of them are quite useful. I definitely want Sworn Ally and Conqueror of Flames at least, and then I do want to check out the rest of them to see if they're worth getting or not, but we'll look at that in a bit. And they are doing these paid packs again. Yeah, I did wish Veldora got Insight too, because he kind of is useless in his current state. Same thing with Diablo. Diablo's good. He's a good unit, I like him, but he needed Insight, he really did. These packs, 7,700 paid crystals for guaranteed, the new arc guaranteed, is pretty good. If you're a spending player, these packs can be quite useful, because then you don't have to worry about chasing it and pulling it, you can just buy it, which is nice. Yeah, I know, it's annoying, because Veldora was a hype unit, and then he came out, and then everyone realised he was bad and terrible, and I didn't even pull him. On my old account, I skipped him entirely, because he was just that bad, unfortunately. But yeah, I don't think anything can save him other than Insight, and he needs Insight, but they're not giving him Insight, and it's so frustrating. It really is. But my hope is that they plan to give Insight for these units in maybe like a year or so, to make them actually meta and viable. And maybe they expect to do another collab rerun of this exact collab in maybe another year or two. That would be my guess, but if not, I have no idea what the hell they're doing, because they should be getting insight at some point, and they should have had it right now, because they deserve it. They really do. And then in part 2, we got the exact same thing from the limited arc. I don't think it's worth buying the part 1 arc, honestly. For 7,700 paid crystals, I don't think it has enough to be worth buying that. But we'll have a look at that very soon, because that's what we're going to be looking at afterwards. And then that's pretty much everything in the maintenance notice. Quite a good amount of things that they've added today. But now let's start having a look at the actual new units and stuff now. Yeah, I know. Fun fact, this collab has had a rerun like 3 times. So if I go to the Redux quickly, just to show you exactly what came out. So the first time this collab came out, we had Rimuru and Milim, right? We just had 2 units, 2 arcs, I think. And then the first rerun, so the second time this collab came around, we had the shift form of both of those units. And then the third time, we had Diablo and Veldora, and now we've got the 4th time, so this is the 4th time we've had this collab. It's a lot. But it isn't as much as Grand Summoners, because they've got 6 versions of Rimuru, which is hilarious. And I was kind of half expecting to have another form of Rimuru in this collab, because it wouldn't surprise me considering Grand Summoners has 6 Rimurus. It's insane. But anyways, we'll talk about those later on. Let's start having a look at the new units and arc. So let's start having a look at the new unit first of all, because I think she's quite interesting. So, let's see. Hinata is a single-wield light damage dealer who uses a sword, and she's a soldier type unit. She is quite interesting, even though she is just a damage dealer. So, attribute resistances look pretty good. Plus 42 light is quite funny. I don't imagine her to be useful at all in PvP. I think she is more aimed towards PvE content because she has quite good damage caps, and her DPS could be decent. I don't know the exact numbers yet, but I'm hoping they're good. Yeah, they might get new shift forms or something. Honestly, they might do that. Yeah, Shinon, a lot of people have wanted that unit too. I don't exactly know all the units, but I know that's a unit that people have been looking forward to. So, ailment resistances, nil to curse is pretty good. Resistance to illness, but no stun resistance. Stats are looking okay, nothing crazy. And now let's actually look at the skills themselves. So, skill 1, I don't think any of these skills are that great. I mean, they're good, they're alright, but I wish these skills could have been slightly better. And I'm not the biggest fan of these skills, because I feel like there could have been a slight improvement to make them a bit faster, and then all it needed was just a slight improvement to make them faster animations, and she would have been perfect, I think. But based on what I've seen with her animations, they don't look that crazy to me, which is unfortunate, but it might be good enough. It might still be quite good, and I think it will still be quite good. So, skill 1 is just a medium area light combo attack. Medium area light combo attack, skill 1. This one's 7 hits. I think it's okay, but it's nothing crazy about this one, and you're probably not going to be using it that often, so I'll just move on to the next one. Skill 2 is a medium area long range light combo attack. So this one is a long range skill. We like saying long range skills, but even though it's a bit weird to have a long range skill on a close range damage dealer, but it can be fine. It can be nice to have sometimes, because maybe if you want to use the unit in PvP, you can just give them Maglion and just spam skill 2 and it could work. I don't know, but I'm hoping, but it's not going to work, but in the past it would have. So this one is 14 hits, which is double of her skill 1, and it looks nice, but isn't the fastest either. I think it's solid, but I don't think it's going to be anything crazy. And then the skill 3 is going to be her main skill. I like this one. I just wish that it didn't have a delay in there, because it just kind of, you know, slows it down, and I wish it could have been a lot faster and could have been a lot better, but it's not bad. I just wish it could have been a bit better. So this one is a closer gap skill 3 for a wide area. wider range light combo attack. What it doesn't say here, of course, this one is 20 hits, and basically it's got 18 hits initially, and then it does like a slash or something. It does an extra attack, which is 2 extra hits, and those 2 extra hits have increased damage cap because of her kit, so you'll see that very soon. But basically it does 18 hits, and it's got 2 extra hits which have more higher damage cap, but they're slower, and there's a bit of a delay and you can't spam this super fast. But I'm hoping that this skill 3 is still spammable enough to be decent DPS, and she does have high damage caps and Savage and Fatal Strike. So because she has high damage caps and Fatal Strike, and this skill 3 looks decent enough, I feel like that her DPS potential could be pretty good and is definitely on the higher ends, but I don't imagine her being able to compete with Christmas Rem, because she has a very quick skill 3, and I still consider Christmas Rem to be the best damage dealer in the game for PvE content, and I still think she's going to be better, but who knows. I'm going to have to wait to see on her actual DPS numbers when they are released, but currently don't know the exact DPS numbers, but it seems decent so far. And then her special is quite an interesting one. I think this one could be fun. This one is a very powerful light attack to one enemy. What's fun about this is it's only one hit. So it does one hit, just one, but it has plus 1.5 million damage cap, which is actually a lot more because she has some interesting stuff in her kit which increases the damage cap of her special by 1000%, which sounds like a lot, but it just means times 10, which sounds a lot lower than 1000%, but they do that on purpose to make you think it's a lot more than it actually is. But it's still going to be quite fun with this special to do to reach insanely high damage cap numbers, but you have to remember it's only one hit and it's only against one enemy. I wish it was against all enemies because it would have been quite good if it was against all enemies. The one thing I'm a bit worried about is the damage modifiers on her special, because she has the one skill that increases her damage cap by 1000%, but it doesn't say it also increases damage. So I'm just slightly worried about the fact that it might not hit damage cap against endgame bosses. Like in Battleground Simulator, I feel like it might struggle to hit the damage cap, but we're going to have to wait and see on that. I don't know yet. Christmas Rem has higher damage cap, I think, because of her buff. The buff gives her high damage cap, but I'm not entirely sure because I use her with outside damage caps like Susanoo and stuff, so their damage caps might be kind of similar. But Christmas Rem has a faster skill 3, so that's why I consider Christmas Rem to be better, because of faster skill 3. But with Hinata, maybe there is a chance she could be better in longer battles than Christmas Rem. Potentially. It's a possibility. Because of her, Hinata doesn't rely on a buff, and Christmas Rem does kind of rely on the buff, and she can only have that buff twice in one battle. So, I don't know. I'm going to have to wait and see on what the actual DPS numbers look like. I don't quite know yet, but so far it looks decent. I just think Christmas Rem's going to be better. I can't imagine her being better than Christmas Rem. If you're missing Christmas Rem, though, then she's probably going to be quite good, but we'll have to wait and see for testing and stuff first of all. Yeah, you can do a lot in 40 seconds, for sure. And in Battleground, I think she's more going to be useful for longer battles, you know. Christmas Rem's going to be a hell of a lot more useful in shorter battles and even Battleground Simulator, but she does sometimes struggle to hit damage caps sometimes. But I don't know, I'm just thinking about it right now. So let's have a look at her traits next, which always gets more interesting. So, trait 1. At the start of the battle, this one's quite an interesting one. At the start of the battle, add to this unit's strength an amount equal to 50% of the high strength of living enemy's strength. It's kind of complicated wording, but basically... And it gives that enemy a strength minus 50% debuff, maximum of 7 plus 7,500 strength is added. This is quite insane. Do you know why? Because at maximum, this is giving this unit plus 7,500 strength. Now the question I don't know is if this is a buff that replaces Brave. It probably doesn't. It's probably just a stats increase to this unit permanently for the rest of the battle. I would assume so. But the debuff, it does give that the high strength enemy debuff a 50% strength debuff. I don't know how long it is. We'll have to try that out later on because I haven't actually checked and tested it out yet. But if it is 40 seconds, that would be quite good for sure. And I feel like, yeah, because in PvP, we don't get access to a minus 50% strength debuff apart from 2 different places basically, and they last for 15 seconds or something. So if it were to last 40 seconds, that'd be quite insane, honestly. But it is only a single target, got to remember that. But I still think it's going to be quite nice. I do like the idea of this debuff, and the fact that she's buffing her own strength is going to be quite useful. So I do like the idea of this. And when using a skill or magic or special, and damage is cut by enemy light resistance, the resistance is, you know, decreased by, in the equation it's decreased by 25, and you deal damage. So kind of like a guaranteed, you know, cut resistance, which is amazing. You know why this is so good? If it lasts forever, that would be quite funny actually. That would be hilarious. But I doubt it. You know why I think this is so good? Is it's not a percent. It doesn't have a percent here. So you know why that is so good? Is because if an enemy has 20 light resistance, it's going to be treating it as if the enemy had -5 light resistance, which is quite insane. So you can do a lot of stuff with this, and you can hit weakness a lot easier. And you add it on top of weakness and dark circle, and maybe an anima, like Archwing Melee's anima. So you got 2, 4, 6. And then you got 85 for this, so you can reduce light resistance by a lot. Now, I know it's not technically a debuff, but it's going to allow her to hit weakness a lot easier, and I do like that a lot more than a Trisha effect, honestly. I do prefer this a lot more, because it can allow you to hit weakness in a lot more situations, so I'm a big fan of that. I do like that one. And when equipped with only one weapon and you're hitting a weakness with lights, increase damage cap by 70,000. So they do really want you to hit weakness, which is fine, because this is just a flat 25, -25 cut resistance. So yeah, all of the debuffs and stuff, they will all add to each other. But when it's a percentage, it ends up being complicated. But debuffs for like weakness and stuff like that, weakness is just -20, so it's just a flat -20 resistance, and that's how those resistance debuffs kind of work. And this is not a percentage, so just a flat -25 resistance is very good, and we'll add with the other debuffs too. I do really like this. So quite an interesting trait one, a lot of stuff going on already, quite good. And now let's move on to the trait 2. When equipped with only one weapon, light damage, 50% damage cap, 90,000. HP recovered from allies' active skills -50%, so she will heal less from allies' active skills, but she won't flinch from magic, which is quite good. Do like that, so all magic, she'll never flinch from any magic at all, which could be quite strong in PvP, but the question is, can she even do damage in PvP? Is she going to work there? Is the big question, because even if she has flinch resistance to magic, it's not going to save her if she can't survive and can't do damage, you know, so it really depends on the rest of the kit. As well as that, magic attack and special damage taken -50%, so 50% damage mitigation is a lot. That's a hell of a lot of damage mitigation against magic and special, which are most PvE bosses, I think, which is quite good. So I think this is going to be very nice. Yes, it's going to be useful in PvP as well, but I do consider it to be nice outside of that too, because 50% is a lot of damage mitigation. Chance for skill attacks to deal Fatal Strike damage, so this is another Fatal Strike unit, and when you see Fatal Strike, usually, in most cases, you instantly think, this should be a meta PvE unit, because most Fatal Strikes units that we've had in the past have been meta PvE units. But honestly, I say that, but we've only had two. We've had Christmas Rem, of course, and we've had Joshua, those two, that are Fatal Strike units. But when a unit has Fatal Strike, they're usually good in some way, apart from Shift Moana. She wasn't. I think it was her that had it. Well, it was, no, Shifter Groog that had Fatal Strike that wasn't very good. Yeah, chance of skill attack, still Fatal Strike damage, and a Fatal Strike rate plus 2% against demonic type enemies. So I think the base chance of this is going to be kind of low, but you get 2% more against demonic type enemies, which is nice. But you have to remember she's a single wield unit, so she's going to have a lot less hit counts than a dual wield unit. So you're probably going to see Fatal Strike happen a lot less than like Joshua would. But here's the one thing I don't like about Fatal Strike and what they have been doing with Fatal Strike units. If you're aware, which you should be aware, the two Fatal Strike units that we've had in the past, Joshua and Christmas Rem, both had paid weapons that increased Fatal Strike chance, which is a massive boost to their overall DPS, and it's such a big boost that it's quite insane for a paid weapon to have Fatal Strike chance locked behind a paid weapon is just quite crazy, and I don't like that they're doing that, and it is becoming a common thing for units, and they have actually done it with this unit as well, and I don't like that they're doing that, because they're kind of locking some of the unit's kit behind a paid weapon, because Fatal Strike chance is such a big thing, even though if it were to just give 1.5% Fatal Strike chance, it's still quite significant. So I don't like that they're doing that. I wish they could have just put it in the unit's kit so you weren't forced to pull for the paid weapon, because with Christmas Rem, it did feel like you needed to pull her paid weapon to reach her maximum potential, and it is quite a significant difference with the paid weapon and without it because of the Fatal Strike chance. And I believe they've done it for this unit as well, and I don't like the common trend that we're seeing with this, because it is kind of, you know, a bit greedy, locking Fatal Strike chance to paid weapons. I wish they didn't do that. And yeah, it is annoying because not everyone can, or not everyone is going to be buying those paid weapons, and when you miss out on that, it does feel bad, and I do understand that, and I wish they didn't do that. But when you do have it, you will notice a significant difference with a Fatal Strike, I think. But I would only ever consider doing that if you're a light spender, and for a unit like Christmas Rem, it was worth doing, but I just wish they didn't do it, because it should have really been in the unit space kit, honestly. Yeah, she does have a paid weapon with Fatal Strike chance for her skill 3. It increases her skill 3 Fatal Strike chance. Yeah, but I mean, you could argue that it's not a massive difference, but it's still like when Fatal Strike is such a big part of the unit's kits, and Fatal Strike does add a lot to the DPS, more Fatal Strike is just... And they know that like seeing big purple numbers on the screen is just very satisfying. So some people are going to be tempted to get that. Only a 400k? Well, I mean... well, I'll look at her page later on. Let's start having a look at her passive skills next. Because Fatal Strikes on single damage dealers can do like over 2 million damage cap, and it's quite insane. So let's have a look at her passive skills. So here's one quite interesting thing about this unit. It may become quite useless in like most cases, but I think this is quite interesting. They're rarely going to rerun. Rerun for ReZero is probably never going to happen. It's only ever had one rerun, which was literally last Christmas. So Disintegration is a unique magic spell, and you may be wondering, why does she have this? when everything up until now has been focused on physical damage dealer, right? Let me just quickly check. Skill magic, cut resistance, light damage, so they will apply to magic, so that's nice. So this is a powerful wide area light attack that gets its damage boosted based on the unit's strength. So the higher strength you have, the more damage this will do. I am interested to see how this magic performs in like PvP. It's probably not going to be good, it's probably going to be terrible. But the idea of this is interesting. Having a physical damage dealer unit that has a magic spell that boosts its own damage based on the unit's strength sounds interesting. But you're probably never going to be using this in PvE content, and that does make it kind of useless, honestly. So I feel like this magic spell could be fun to use, and in certain stages that you are required to use a mage, you could just use her instead and not worry about mage. It could be decent, but I feel like against endgame stages like Battleground Simulator, you're never going to be using this, because her best DPS is just going to be spamming skill 3 non-stop. That's going to be her best DPS potential, and the magic is never going to be used for endgame PvE content unless you're hitting an enemy that is resistant to physical damage and you can use this, then that's great. But yeah, you're probably not going to be using it that much. I just like the idea of it, and maybe it could be useful in, maybe it could hit hard enough to be good in PvP, but I highly doubt it. It would be fun if that was the case, because then you could have a meta, you know, someone like Veldora who can be good with magic and physical damage at the same time would be fun. But I doubt that's the case, but who knows. Yeah, I don't think she's going to work in PvP, but my hope was maybe against magic, who knows. And she's single world, I don't know. I doubt. But if she has enough damage, being a glass cannon is fine, technically. Because glass cannons can work and have worked in the past, it just depends on their actual performance. But I don't really see her working in there. Yeah, well, this is a stacking magic spell, I believe. Well, it says TS, so maybe it's not. Maybe it's just a... I haven't actually tried it, but because it says TS symbol, it probably means you can't use this. It's probably not stacking, is it? It's probably a non-stacking spell. Yeah, the kit... I do like the kit, honestly. So, MP up 3, MP up max, attack up max, fighting spirit 4, organ up max, and arcane up 4. So she has a lot of stats. She really does. So intelligence, she's going to have a lot of intelligence and strength, and a good amount of MP as well. It's nice to see this. Proud Force, anti-type boost, which is strange because you haven't seen a Slayer at all yet. If Benny is a laceration unit, that I just hope it's not. I hope not. Please not, because laceration sucks. Auto Grand Brave, Auto EX Aura, Auto Recast. So there is kind of some negative things with this unit, is you've got some magic focus stuff, which is basically useless if you're not using it. So, yeah. But the intelligence does help, because her skills will do more damage based on intelligence as well, so that does help. She should have had Auto EX Brave as well, but whatever. So Moonlight 2, Attack Raise 1 and 4 and 5 is very nice. Weakness Attack 2, so just anti-type or weakness damage cap plus 10,000. So when it will get doubled when both are applying, I think. Pose of Honor, Goddess Kiss is very nice. Especially have a light weapon on her, it's going to be quite good, I think. Because she has, because she has a lot of stats, and Goddess Kiss, and if you're using a light weapon, I feel like her normal attack should hit pretty hard, so if you can get an MP proc on Goddess Kiss, then it should restore a lot of MP to basically max most times. If you're using a light weapon, that is. High level magic chance. Thaumaturgy Ring Plus is a very good one. We like to see this a lot. It's a very good skill. Love seeing this one. Now, Serenity is a bit weird. I say that because... Let me just read it first. So, Serenity boosts physical damage based on mind. Yeah, but this doesn't make sense to me. When physically attacking, enemy defense minus 15% and deal damage is very good. And boost physical damage based on mind is very good, but you know why it doesn't make too much sense? Because her actual mind stats isn't going to be that great. Like, there are no skills here which increase mind. She doesn't even have auto whatever minds, auto Matisse or EX Matisse or anything like that. She doesn't have very high mind stats. So I don't know why they gave it to her. It just feels slapped on there, honestly. The mind stats are okay here, but actually in battle I don't think it's going to be that great. But yes, it's going to be good. It's a good skill. I just wish her mind stats actually were a bit better. And she had some kind of mind stats in here, because she doesn't have any in here. Beat Log Zeus, definitely not. Not going to happen. It depends on content, but yeah. PvP, no chance. Unless you get like 100 light resistance, but even then, no. Favoured Sword Form 2 is very good, because it will stack with Favoured Sword Form 1 as well. Well, just Favoured Sword, it's going to be very nice. Two-Handed Sword, very good. Two-Handed Sword Boost 4, and Sword Boosts. For some reason, she's got Sword Boost and not Sword Giga or Mega Boost. Why not? Why not, Adis? Why did you just give her Sword Boost for whatever reason? You could have given a better, upgraded form of Sword Boost, like Giga Boost or Mega Boost, something like that would be a lot more interesting, but no. Just a Sword Boost. Because why not? It's just a 4 SC skill, I don't know why. Armor Giga Boost is nice. It's just damage mitigation though. And then we get onto her unique skills, which is always a lot more interesting. So let's see. First one here, chance for light attack magic to deal criticals. And here's one that's very fun. Special damage cap, plus 1000%. So you know this plus 1.5 million damage cap on her special. Times it by 10, it's now plus 15 million damage cap, which is a lot. But you gotta remember it's only one hit and only gets one enemy, so it's not that big of a deal. And it doesn't increase damage, so I'm slightly concerned about her actual special damage. And she might not be able to hit damage cap against endgame bosses like Battleground Simulator. I'm a bit worried about that. But I'm hoping she can have good damage modifiers on her special, otherwise it's going to be a problem. Next one, start the battle when there is a demonic type enemy. Increase strength and intelligence by 50%. She's going to be heavily tied to hitting demonic enemies. And damage taken from demonic types, minus 50% as well. Beast creature, undead spirits. That's pretty damn good. Unfortunately, we don't really have any demonic type enemies in Arena. But outside of that, it's still good outside of that. Against certain bosses that are going to be demonic types, could be pretty good. Yeah, I would think that this multiplier plus 1000% should be a 1000% of all of the damage modifiers. So if you, all the damage cap modifiers I mean, so if you get her 1000 more special damage cap, it will times by 10, it should do that. So any damage cap on her special is going to be times by 10 basically. I think so. Should be like that for sure. Yeah. So beast, creature, undead, and spirit types. I know there's a couple of those in Battleground Simulator. I know there's a creature boss. I know there's an undead boss. I don't think there's a beast boss yet, and I don't remember if there's a spirit. There might be. I don't think so, but I don't remember. But there is definitely a creature and undead boss. So in Battleground Simulator, I think she's going to be good against those enemies. The problem is though that she only gets those stats against demonic type enemies, which is a bit weird, because there's a lot of stats, 50% of those stats, and having it locked tied to that is when other units don't have other units have the same effect but are not tied to it. It's a bit weird. Let's move on to the next one. So this is more tied to her magic, I think. Attack magic casting speed plus 30%. HP is increased by 20% when physically attacking, enemy defense minus 20% deal damage. So more guaranteed piercing is always very, very useful to have. So 20% guaranteed piercing on all of your physical damage, as well as another 15% from Serenity. Very nice piercing effects right there. It's going to be quite useful against endgame PvE bosses, so I like that a lot. And when magic attacking, enemy mines minus 20% deal damage. So even piercing on her magic skills as well, so very nice. Mathematician. Yeah, it's quite a nice skill. And the next one, Power of the Elementals. This one's fun. Yeah, because in the unit test play quest, that soldier enemy has debuffs, which gives it every single damage to every single type. So just check that. Yeah, it should be easy to cap with her and haunt her normal attacks too. So magic. So her magic, this one, Disintegration, gets 200% more damage and 60,000 damage cap, which is quite a lot. Very nice. And special damage is increased by 100%, which is good, but 100% could have been a lot more, honestly, considering her damage cap on her special is quite high. And then she also gets another plus 1.5 million damage cap, I believe that is. I think so, yeah. So that's a lot more damage cap on her special, which is going to get times by 10, because plus 1,000 damage cap. 1,000% damage cap. So that's quite fun. And then the last one here, for her unique skills, continuous haste and speed effects, skill damage 20%, damage cap 40,000, skill 3 finishing attack, damage plus 50% and damage cap plus 100,000. So the last two hits of her skill 3 is going to get 50% more damage and 100,000 more damage cap, which is nice, but that attack is a bit slower, and there is a delay between that and her other 18 hits, so it's a bit of a weird one, and I wish it was just 20 hits fast and spammable, but I still think it will be pretty good. Yes, you could definitely use units that give like creature types to enemies, but I don't think it's super necessary with this unit because she doesn't have damage cap tied to demonic type enemies, so I don't think it's super necessary. They didn't tie it to single wield, which is very true. I don't think she's gonna work single wield, though. I mean dual wield. I don't think she's gonna work dual wield. Like, compared to everything else she has in her kit, I don't see a reason why you would want to use her dual wield. And I did say that about, like, Telestio shift that we got recently, but I was wrong. But I mean it. I don't see a reason why you would want to dual wield. Even though, yes, it's not tied to single wield, but it's not enough to make me want to use dual wield, I think. I mean, yeah, I probably wouldn't. And then Sigvin Hunt skills, even more damage cap when you're single wielding. There you go, 30,000 more damage cap. Non-stacking magic damage cap. So yeah, that is definitely a non-stacking magic skill because she has this, so it makes sense. Boss wave start, special gauge plus 50%. Okay. I wish it was 100% because then you could use a special at the start of the battle and be quite fun, but that's still nice to have. Damage mitigation 20%. So when you have a light weapon equip, increase light damage by 20%, damage cap 15,000. Very nice. But you do kind of need to have a light sword if you have one. Not everyone's going to have a light sword, but I believe there should be some. I know there's definitely a few of them. But if you don't have a light sword, then a normal sword would be just fine, but a light sword would be her best weapon option, I think. Demonic Slayer, here you go. Here's another one. Give physical and magic and special an anti-demonic type effect. and damage plus 30% and damage cap plus 70,000 to demonic type enemies. Okay, this is not tied to single build either, so you could dual wield this, which is funny. But yeah, this one's very good. I feel like she's going to be a demonic type only unit. Really? Outside of demonic type enemies, she's still going to be decent, but her best potential, her best performance is going to be against demonic type enemies, for sure. Then we've got like weak point right through, so more damage cap when hitting weakness. Very nice. Yeah, she does have a lot of conditionals, but I don't think it's that bad. Honestly, I don't think it's that bad, because the conditionals are not difficult. They're quite easy to get, you know. I mean, in God of Hate sword, sure, any sword that gives her more damage is going to be useful in some way, but a light sword is going to be the best overall. Just any light sword that you have is probably going to be quite good. So, I think she looks quite interesting, honestly, as a damage dealer. She looks like she could hit quite hard and has quite a good amount of damage cap against demonic type enemies. So if you know you're going up against a demonic type boss, then I think she's going to be quite good and one of the best options for those enemies. But if you're not hitting a demonic type boss, then I feel like you've got much better options available. And even Christmas Rem, I still think Christmas Rem is going to be better in most cases. But she does have some interesting stuff, honestly. Her special could be quite fun to hit very high damage cap numbers. And she does have some magic, which is nice against like story stages and stuff, just easy to use that, I suppose. And should hit damage cap quite easily, I believe. So that is nice, but in most cases you're not going to be using it in Battleground Simulator, you're just going to be using her physical damage skills. So yes, she does have some conditionals when hitting anti-type and weakness, but honestly those conditionals are not that difficult to get off DPS in some cases, I suppose. Yeah. Well, I do think she has potential, honestly, because of her high damage caps and Fatal Strike. With a full build, I feel like she could be quite good. Give her the Susanoo arc and a bunch of damage caps. She's going to be hitting quite hard, I believe. You know, Susanoo is going to be quite good. Susanoo, Sui, is going to be quite good on her, I think, for sure. Because she also scales with intelligence. So the stats and stuff is going to boost her damage. And the damage caps is going to be very useful because of Fatal Strike. So I think she's going to be quite good. I don't know how she compares to Christmas Rem, but this is the type of unit that I would like to get, because I feel like she is going to be a meta unit for sure, and is going to have quite high DPS numbers. I don't know the exact numbers yet, but I believe she's going to be on the higher end of DPS in PvE content, and based on the kit alone and what I've seen so far, she definitely looks like a good unit. So I do think she's going to be quite good. But if you already have existing options like Christmas Rem, I don't think she's necessary at all. But if you're lacking meta damage dealer options, I think she's going to be quite useful for those players that are missing those top tier damage dealers. Will she be better than Sholtier? At this point, I have to say yes. I feel like she should be better than Sholtier. I don't know the exact numbers, but she should be better than Sholtier. I would expect so, because Sholtier is quite old at this point, and this unit has a lot of damage caps and Fatal Strike. I feel like she should be quite good. I don't remember, but yes, there are some limited collab skills that have had increased, given increased special damage cap, and those skills are going to be quite nice on this unit for sure, or just increase her physical damage, probably going to be a lot better. But you could just do a fun build. A very fun build on her would be to increase her special damage and damage cap by as much as possible, and see how high you can get that number. That's going to be quite fun, but it's not going to be anything crazy. because yes, doing like a 35 mil damage in one hit is going to be quite fun to see, but when you're up against bosses that have like over 1 billion HP, just doing that much damage isn't crazy, you know, but it still helps for sure. But against endgame content that currently has over 1 billion health is not that crazy, you know, but it's still going to be fun to mess around with. So I do like this unit because she's not just a boring typical damage dealer. She actually is a more interesting damage dealer because she has obviously her physical damage skills, and she has a unique magic spell, and she also has quite a fun special skill as well. And it looks like she's going to be hitting quite hard, and she has a lot of damage cap and fatal strike. So I just think she's going to be quite a fun unit to use for sure. Now, she is lacking SET for new players. So if you're a new player, yes, you won't have SET, but you do have a magic spell to use. So it's probably going to be just fine. Actually, for a newer player, I feel like she might be good, because you can just give her Pose of Glory, which recovers SET when you kill an enemy, and then give her, and just keep casting Disintegration, and then you'll be getting SET when you kill enemies with Disintegration. That's going to be good for clearing story stages if you're just starting, so I do think she'll be quite good for newer players, but most newer damage dealers are going to be good for newer players. But she's an easier to use unit, I think, because you just give her a light sword, and she probably doesn't even need any magic damage outside of what she has in her kit, and she should be fine. And she has, you know, reduced resistance, so I really like this unit, honestly. I think she's going to be quite good. I don't know exactly how good and what her actual DPS numbers are going to look like, but I am looking forward to trying out this unit later on, and I would like to get this unit because he just looks like a fun unit and has some nice potential. So this is quite a nice unit. I do like this unit. So yeah, I am a fan of this unit, and I'm going to be trying her out later on. She's going to be quite fun, even though she is just a light swordier unit, because she's another light sword unit. Wow, we've had so many in the game, light sword units, I know, but it's fine. She's actually a quite interesting unit, so I do like that. We'll talk more about her a bit later on, and look at her paid equipment in a moment. Let's have a look at the limited arc first of all. So this arc, I don't think this is that crazy, but it does have some useful things in here. So damage to demonic type enemies plus 50%. That by itself is quite interesting, because this is all damage. All damage. So that's interesting, because 50% is quite significant. Because that will apply, obviously arc skills isn't going to work because it's an arc trait, so of course that won't work, but like things like Shift 9S, it would technically apply to his trait attack, which if you don't know, then you don't know, but if you know, you know. If you don't, then just ignore it, but whatever. It could be good, I think. All damage, even counter damage too, which could be fun. All attribute magic damage taken minus 35%, so it seems like a good straight trait. First off, armor equipped, chance to nullify enemy mind piercing effects. Not that great, but okay. Interesting trait. It just gives, it's a good trait, it's very basic, but it's a strong trait overall. If you can take advantage of all of this, then I do consider it to be a stronger trait. If eventually at some point in the future the meta ends up being demonic type units, then this will be meta in PvP, but currently it's not. But maybe in some distant worlds, in a different timeline, where we have only demonic type units as meta PvP units, then it could be useful. But I'm just saying that, yeah, it would be good in certain situations. Now, the learnable skills, we're finally getting Orgon up skills as teachable skills now, which is quite good. It's quite good. Yeah, it punishes mimicry strats for sure. I don't know how many people do that, but still. So, strength and intelligence 3%. I mean, is a nice skill to have, I think, especially for units that scale off of both of these stats. It's going to be quite a nice skill. Sword boosts, we've seen that before. Holy Rush is nice if you don't have it. And then we get on to some new ones. So when only unit is alive, SCT recovery speed 20%. I have to ask, what is the point of this skill, and why does it cost 8 SC? Who's going to be using this ever? Nobody. It looks nice for Maze. Well, if you're just pulling something just for Maze, then what the hell are you doing with your life? It's not even necessary. I've already done Maze up to 430 months ago at this point. I just think it's useless. The skill's useless. I don't like it because it's expensive, and when the only unit is alive, SCT recovery speed, it's useless. If you're trying to think of a situation where it's useful, you're coping because it's a terrible skill that I'm never going to use in my entire life. Maybe in some very niche specific scenario, but right now, no, never using it in my life. It's useless. Light weak point breakthrough 3 though is a very good one. When hitting weakness with light, increase damage cap by 3000. If you're single building, then it's 6000 instead. This one's going to be very good. I do like this one. Having this one's good. If you only put one unit, yeah, well, when are you going to do that? When do you want to actually put one unit in your team only on purpose? The entire thing, you know what annoys me is the entire point of the game is building a team and building around trying to make a team, right? And then you get skills like this when you only have one unit alive in round 1 of Guild Battle Defense. No, because you want instant SCT recovery. You want it instantly. You don't want to wait around for SCT to recover and come back. No. And the last one here, I think this one's interesting. When special activates, give unit a physical damage cap buff plus 10,000 buff. Very nice. Yeah, interesting. This one's only once per wave though. I don't know. I think this one's an interesting one, but 10 SC is a bit expensive. 10 SC is a bit expensive. I was hoping it was going to be cheaper than that. But when I read this skill, I thought it could be decent. But because it's 10 SC, I probably wouldn't use it, and it's only once per wave, and it's probably a buff that lasts 40 seconds. So, because of all those things I just said, I don't think I'm going to be using this. But on a dual wield unit, maybe on a dual wield unit in shorter stages, maybe on a dual wield unit in raid bosses or something, it could be good. But yeah, Shaltir would like it. But yeah, so overall the learnable skills are not that great. I do like Light Weak Point Breakthrough 3. This one's probably my favourite one because more damage caps. Always a fan of that. But the rest of them are kind of whatever. You know, they're not that useful really. And yes, Orgon Up is decent, but it's just a very, very tiny difference. So yeah, time trial, whatever. I mean, I'm mostly thinking raid bosses, honestly. But yeah, I'm not that impressed with learnable skills. They just seem kind of mid for learnable skills. Archive rewards, I think this one's okay. Strength, intelligence, when a light attack has an anti-type effect, increase damage by 20% and damage cap by 2000. I think this will be good on dual wield units, and of course the new unit, it'll be good on her for sure. But if we eventually get a dual wield light unit, like Luke or something, or someone like that in the future, then it could be good. But it's not crazy, because it's kind of specific. A light sword, only light attack, and it's got to be anti-type effect as well. It's solid, it's not bad, it gives damage cap and damage. I think it's an okay one, it's not bad, it's nice to have, but yeah, I think it's an okay arc, for sure. It's got some useful things in at least, but it's a bit underwhelming on the learnable skills side, I think. because this is just useless. This is just too expensive. So yeah, it could have been a bit better with the learnable skills, honestly. But it's useful to have, I suppose. The trait could be useful in some very specific scenarios, in some situations. And this is nice to have, I suppose, because it's an okay sword. But yeah, I think that's, and we do have some other light sword options, so I don't think that's even necessary because we have other sword options. So, you know, I don't think it's the best. I think it's okay. But I do think the unit is a lot more interesting than the arc in this one. Yeah, I know. I wish we could put art for arcs on our homepage. They really should allow us to do that. I don't know why they haven't done it yet. It's been brought up many times, and I would like that to be a thing eventually. It would be nice. So that is everything in part 1. I am more interested in the unit than the arc in this one, but both are quite solid. I think the unit's better. The arc does have some small useful things in, but don't try pulling for that because it's not worth it in my opinion. Now let's have a look at her paid equipment next. Yeah, it would be nice if we had like a test stage with like a dummy or something that we can go into with our own builds. It would be nice. So, unfortunately, she has a paid sword which gives Fatal Strike chance again. Let's have a look. So, paid sword, quite good stats. When equipped with only one weapon, increased light damage by 35% and damage cap by 5,000. Skill 3 Fatal Strike chance is increased by 1.5%. And increased crit rate by 3% as well. Yeah, it's going to be our best weapon 100% for sure. And if she ends up being very strong of a damage dealer in PvE content, then I would be quite tempted to get this one, because you're getting Fatal Strike chance and damage cap and crit rate and small damage. It's a very good one for sure, but not necessary. You don't need it, but it is going to be a best option. So I do like this weapon. I just wish the Fatal Strike chance was in her base kit. They should have put this as a skill in a base kit and removed it, and it still would have been a strong paid sword, honestly. So they should have just put this in her kit, and then kept everything else the same. It would have been fine, and fair, and balanced, but no. And now she's got an armor. I think this one's good, but I don't think it's necessary, honestly. Defense, mind, physical and magic damage taken minus 20%. Damage taken from bosses minus 25%. Battle start, give revive effect. No time limit. So a revive buff effect and damage mitigation is all you're getting from this, really. Which is, yes, good for PvP, but because she's a PvE unit, I don't think it's that useful. Yeah, if you don't get the paid sword now, you can basically never get it until a rerun. So that's the problem. So it gives dark resistance, stun resistance, and poison resistance. Honestly, you don't need this one. It's good for mitigation, and it gives a revive buff, but you don't need it. The sword is a lot better. I would much rather get this sword because this actually buffs her damage potential, and that is what you really want, because she's a damage dealer. That's her main role in PvE content. So I'd highly recommend to get this one. If you were to pick one of them, I would select this one. Well, I would say another rerun for this collab is bound to happen again in the future, because Veldora and Diablo don't have insight yet. So it's bound to get a rerun, and again at some point in the future, I would expect so. You can use a different weapon for sure. I suppose I'll give you a couple of options. I'll have a look quickly. Let's see. So let me just show you some quick sword options. I know there are a couple light swords, like this one's okay. This one's pretty good because this one's like arguably almost the same. It's almost the same as the Archive reward from the limited arc. This one's pretty good. This one's actually better. Yeah, this one, if you have this one, use this one probably. Skill and special damage, and damage cap. So, yeah, yes, it does give less SCT recovery speed, but it's a light weapon. If you have it, it's probably going to be... This one's actually better than the Archive reward from the limited arc, which is funny. Well, on a single word unit. This one's... I'm probably going to be using this one if I were to get the unit. If I did get the unit, if I do have it, then I'd probably use that. It's going to be very good. Zelbius Blade is a good one. You can Godforge it, makes it better, it's decent. They made a post on their Facebook page that there was an issue with the website, and they've postponed it until they fix the issue. So that website where you can buy stuff, they're gonna fix a few things and then release it when it's ready. Godfeather could work, I suppose. Phantom Blades, but yeah, I do think... Yeah, the SCT down on it sucks, but it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. No, it doesn't matter, because you're going to be using Honey Elixir and stuff like that. And when I'm, like, thinking of, you know, Battleground Simulator, SCT spam with Honey Elixir makes the SCT recovery speed just not matter in the slightest, in my opinion. But yeah, if you need the SCT speed, then probably use different ones, but if you have it, that's probably going to be the best option. Now let's have a look at some different sword options, just in case you don't have any of those. Obviously you've got Muramasa and any of the other typical normal swords. But technically, even if you have Muramasa, using a garbage light sword is going to be better because of her, you know, transcend skill that increases light damage by 20% and damage cap. So a Phantom Light Blade is going to be better than a Muramasa because of that skill that she has in a base kit. So I would hope most players have this. If you've been around for at least a little bit of time, you would have this Phantom Light Blade. And I'd probably recommend doing that, using that one over any other sword. I mean, I don't think you could really use any other weapons, really, because she has too much tied to swords, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you could just use a machine or something, but I just don't think it's going to be worth using because of all of her skills that are tied to using a sword. I just don't think it's worth using something else. So, yeah, I would just recommend a light sword if you have one. Even if it's terrible, it's probably going to be just fine. So, that is everything in regards to the part 1 for the moment. I do want to start having a look at everything in the Redux now, just to recommend everyone what they should be using on their tickets and just have a brief look at the arcs and stuff. We'll be looking at the Insight units later on, and I do want to try and remember to look at their Godforge equipment too, just to show those off. And I do want to do a few summons in a bit as well. But let's start this off with having a look at the Redux first, and just kind of recommending what you should be using your select ticket on. Always save it towards the end, and I'm just noticing this last 2 weeks, and not 3 weeks. Okay, well, so this is only 2 weeks. Okay, well, I thought it would be 3 weeks long, but it's not. It's 2 weeks long. Okay. I don't know how I haven't noticed that till now. Anyways, let's have a look. Right, so I'm going to go through each of these arcs just to see what they have, and then afterwards I will kind of recommend which ones are going to be worth getting. So I'm not going to go super in depth, I'll just kind of briefly look at the highlights of each one of them, I think. I don't think I've really ever used this for the arc traits. Tempest Dragon's Blessing can be used sometimes, so it's not that bad. Physical damage mitigation, I've used it sometimes in the past. Archive rewards, kind of bad, so this one's probably the most not very good. I wouldn't recommend pulling for this one because it just only has this one skill. Outside of that, kind of mid and kind of useless, honestly. This one is one of the better ones, I know that for a fact. Well, name giving, I don't know if I've ever used it. Consume HP, give ally buffs. Well, I've never used it because I've never used it, so I don't know how it works for Christmas Realm. So I can't really say, but yes, I suppose if it works well for Christmas Realm, that could be a use for it too. But Christmas Realm's not going to be meta forever. And I say that, and Sholto's been meta for over a year, so... Empress Massacre... Yeah, I can imagine that working. Is it better than doing what I've been currently doing with Soul Spark? It might be. And if it instantly casts, then I can imagine that being quite good. So yeah, I suppose that could be good if you have Christmas Realm. I can see that being useful. I do like this one a lot more though. The trait is useful, or at least has been useful in the past, but probably not gonna... Only if you have a full fire team. The learnables on this are quite nice, because Ultra Fire, Hell, Spirit, Victory, what a mouthful, but I love this spell. I've used this before, it's a very strong spell. It's a very good spell. I'm a fan of this one, and I've used this a few times on a few units. It's quite a strong one. And Spirit Ifrit is a very good one too. HP continuously drops, increased physical damage, and you take less fire damage. This one's a very good one as well. I'm definitely getting this one. This one's probably the one I want the most. Or at least one of the ones, because of the learnable skills. Our key for reward is decent. I've used this before. Enemy attention draw -1, chance of magic damage taken to become 1. It's okay. There are better options now, but it's usable. Harvest Festival. I don't think I've really ever used that trait before. Not really. I don't... Demon Lord Awakened, I remember using it like once or twice. That's about it. I think most of these learnable skills are kind of bad, aren't they? They're not very good, are they? I don't think so. That's probably the only useful one. I don't think they're that great. Yeah, this one's probably a don't need it arc. You can skip that one unless I'm missing something. It does have Ice Attack Raise 2 though, which I don't know if I have or not. I think I do. I should do, I don't remember. Now this one is definitely one of the best ones in here. When a party member other than the unit is revived, to revive the unit. Once per wave. Interesting. Main reason being besties. I love this skill. It's not like a game breaker or anything. It's not a game changer, but it's just a very good skill for PvP and just in general for more damage. I would consider trying to get this arc just for this skill because it's a cheap skill for 5SC, giving you 15% more damage for physical and magic damage. You're going to be using this on most of your damage dealers in most situations. As long as you remember to use this as on a second unit as well, and only 2 units at a time, then you're probably going to be using it a lot. And I like this skill a lot, so I am definitely going to be getting this one as well, because I really like besties. It's a very good one. Probably, definitely my favourite one in here, for sure. This has sometimes been useful, but it's just for besties, I think. I don't think it has anything else. Remove Vessel. I was wrong. It has the revive accessory. When HP hits 0, revive. Another revive accessory. You know, it can't be a coincidence that Adis is chucking all of the revives at us right now. Like, I'm not even joking. They've given us Devil May Cry with Gold Orb, with a revive accessory, right? Which also had a revive Cloves, I think, or one of them recently had revived Cloves. And now we've also got this getting a rerun, and they've also changed revives on Archfiend Lebreath to be 2 revives. You know, they're doing a lot of revives to make it more annoying in guild battles, and I don't like that, because I don't want more revives in guild battles. It's annoying. Yeah, Subaru's Cloves was recent, from ReZero, that's what I mean. So, like, 3 different collab reruns, all having some type of revive on. It can't be a coincidence, it's happened way too many times at this point. They're just rerunning every single revive thing possible, which is funny. But yeah, I think this arc is definitely a must-have for besties, and Rimuru's Vessel for PvP for sure is going to be useful. But which one's better, Sworn Ally or Conqueror of Flames, is hard to say, but I would probably say Sworn Ally might be slightly more useful, because I see this having more... I see myself using besties a lot more often, so I'd probably consider this one to be the best one. Next one, Veldora's Journal. I remember this one having empty-handed. Earth skill damage 40%. Could be nice. 10 seconds after battle start, give closest ally this buff, which boosts strength and defense. This one's interesting. I don't remember if anyone's been using this. I don't think I've ever seen people use this just for this Storm Dragon's buff. I don't think so. Because it's interesting, but I just don't think it's something people have used, because it's just kind of a bit awkward to use. But it does have Empty-Handed, which is a collab-only skill, or at least it is at the moment a collab-only skill, even though it's not technically a collab skill, because Shift Log Zeus has it in its base kit, so they have basically proven that it's not a collab-only skill, but it is only available in this arc right now, so yeah. That's check. Probably not useful. I think this one's useful for empty-handed. Skill attack damage. Yeah, it feels like most would have it, but you're wrong, because they don't. At least some, like, Prefect of God Zero doesn't have it. That's probably the only other unit I could say, but maybe future units won't have it. You would think they would have it, but it doesn't necessarily mean that they will have it, as the thing. Because Adis is Adis, you know, they could just say, screw it, we're going to keep it collab locked and not put it on any more future no-build units, because that's what they want to do, you never know. So, I feel like this is useful for this, but I consider the value of this arc to be kind of low, because it doesn't have anything crazy in it, so not amazing. And then, would you look at that? Disintegration. I've heard this before. Where? You've guessed it, from her magic spell. What coincidence. It's the exact same thing, yeah. Anti-creature type and undead type effects. Special damage cap. If an ally is incapacitated, more strength. Creature Saber, when using a special, use 20% of MP to boost the damage and damage cap. That's quite good. That's quite funny, actually. Because this is an old arc, and it's now useful for the new units. Which is funny. Could be good on Hinata. Which is funny, because it actually is good on her. Interesting. But yeah, that arc doesn't have anything crazy in it. It has, you know, this for Hinata, and Archive Reward has... is not that great. So this is another arc that you don't really need, but it's nice to have just for that one scenario. So I still think the 2 best ones are going to be Sworn Ally and Conqueror Flames. I like these 2, they're kind of the ones I would recommend everyone to get if possible. Storm Dragon Veldora is useful if you have Christmas Rem, because then you can mess around with name giving, and Tempest Dragon's Blessing is quite useful sometimes as well, so that would also be nice to have. So I'd probably recommend these, maybe Sworn Ally first, and then Conqueror Flames second, and then Storm Dragon Veldora third, maybe. And then after that, these three are technically you don't need. This one's probably the most useless one. And these two have like one useful thing in it. One or two useful things in it. Like this literally only has this skill. Everything else about it is kind of useless. Same thing with this one, is it has empty-handed. Everything else about it is kind of... I mean, this one's okay. So maybe this one has a bit more use, but empty-handed is just super niche, because we have like 2 no-build units in the entire game. Hardly any no-build units ever, so... I mean, I think these 3 are good, and Harvest Festival, Disintegration, Veldora's Journal, not necessary really. Harvest Festival, skip that one completely if you can, because it's the most useless one out of all of these. But my order would be Sworn Allies, Conqueror Flames, Storm Dragon Veldora, and then these 2 depending on what you really think that you're going to be able to use, really. And then that one's useless, so... And then in regards to the units, I can't really say, because every single one of these units are just damage dealers. I really like Demon Lord Rimuru. He is a unit I've used a lot in the past, and when he came out, I liked him a lot. He was one of my favourite units to use, because he was just so fun, and he's a long-range, non-attribute damage dealer. In theory, he could be quite strong, but I can't say in regards to units yet, because I need to try them out with their insight first of all to see how they actually are and their entire kits and everything. So I can't really give any thoughts on the units yet. But I can say these 4 are going to be better than Veldora and Diablo, because these 2 don't have insight. Now Diablo could be good, because once you get insight, I feel like he's going to be quite a good unit. Imagine if he had Giga High, Giga EX Drain and stuff, that would be quite insane, but he doesn't. I feel like Diablo has potential to be good with insight in the future, but in his current state, because he doesn't have insight, I don't think he's worth getting. He's not good enough because he needs insight. That's the problem. You know, Veldora's the worst unit out of all of these, which is funny to me. Until he gets insight, that is. So, yeah, that's basically everything. I can't really say in regards to units yet. Currently I have base Rimuru selected because his insight gives him 2 revives. I would like Demon Lord Rimuru, I just don't know how good he's going to be. I mean, maybe I'll select him. I like both Rimurus, honestly. Maybe base form of Milim could be useful, but I'm going to try out the insight units later on. Can't really say in regards to this unit yet, so I have to wait on that. You're mostly going to be pulling for the arcs, I think. So that's everything for the moment. Everything in the Redux. Before we do any summons, I do just want to quickly have a look at the Godforge equipments for the Redux units, just to show those off and see if there's anything noteworthy, if they're worth getting. It does come down to how much you like the unit and how good their insight ends up being, though. So let's start with the base form of Rimuru Tempest. So of course this was what it was before, and now it has 30% all attribute damage, 5000 damage cap, and has the same effect. So it's pretty good for the 30% all attribute damage, and the stats on it are pretty good. You've got a lot of strength and intelligence, so maybe that could be a decent one if he ends up being any good, that is, because I don't know if he's going to be any good yet. He's never really been that great, so I doubt it. We'll have to wait and see, though. And his second one is right down here, it's Cloves. And this now gives him Attack magic consumes 1 SMP when using a magic restore SET. Damage taken minus 25% and 15% more MP. I mean, it's got good stats. It doesn't actually give him any damage though, so I don't think that's necessary, and this is just for his magic potential, so you can probably just ignore this one, because they did focus more on his physical damage side than his magic damage, but maybe I'm hoping his magic damage could still do something, but I doubt it. I doubt his magic damage is going to be anything noteworthy. It's probably still going to be terrible. But yeah. Yeah, the SET restore is pretty useless. 1 second when you're using a attack magic is kind of useless. But if it was 1 SET per hit, or like chance per hit, it hasn't changed though. When using attack magic slight recover SET, all they've done is change the wording with the same effect. So that part of the trait is just the exact same. The only difference is damage taken and more MP. That's the only thing they've added. So next one, we'll look at the base form of Milim. So this one was always quite funny. Ultra low chance for 11 times damage is quite funny. Yeah. So this one, ultra low chance for 11 times damage, that's the same thing, but also plus 100,000 damage cap. So when this applies, you also get the damage cap, also take less damage, and break plus 100%. I mean, yeah, but also no, because ultra low chance. You know, I think the chance is just too low for it to even be that good. Is it good for PvP? Well, in the past, I don't remember really, maybe. But right now, I don't think so. She's too squishy. She's just going to die in 1 hit by any unit, and even Amelia. She's not going to work in there. And it's just RNG, so why would you want to use it in there? I don't think it's going to be that great. Yeah, she's never been that great of a unit. I mean, when she got a rework, or at least when she got an improvement a few years ago, when she got an improvement, she was decent with her DPS in PvE. At least that's what I remember. She was usable at that time. She's probably usable again now, but I don't think she's anything crazy. So, I don't think it's anything noteworthy, really. And that was the only one she had, yeah. And the next unit, might as well look at Demon Lord Rimuru next. He has Cloves. This was what it was before, kind of mid, and now it has more HP, so 20% HP, continuous MP regeneration effects. This now gives 35% physical damage and 5,000 damage cap, which is very nice. The physical damage does make it a lot more useful now, because it didn't give any damage before. So the fact that it now gives 35% physical damage is quite nice. So I do like that one. It's quite a good one for the damage. And his next one is Accessory. Before, Continuous Brave, 10% damage and some damage cap. And now it gets Continuous Grand Brave, that's the main difference. And literally 500 more damage cap and everything else is the same. They could have done a lot more with this. The damage dealt 10% is still the same. They should have improved that, honestly. This could have been a lot better. But basically the only difference is they changed Brave to Grand Brave, and you get 500 more damage cap, that's it. That's the only difference you're getting, which is unfortunate. And the next unit, Shift Milim, has a weapon, so before was more tied to critical damage and damage caps. Still the same thing, critical damage cap, crit rates, chance of special deal critical, not that good, honestly. And her second one is Cloves, damage cap, special gauge, nullified damage, which is now giving 20% dark damage, 5,000 damage cap, special gauge 15%, and nullified damage is the same thing. So now she gets 20% damage, 5,000 damage cap. So she's getting 20% damage from that, which is nice, and 2,000 more damage cap. Okay. Nothing crazy from any of these, though. They're just kind of, you know, they're better. They're just nothing game-changing or anything crazy. And then you've got the 2 more useless units, unfortunately. We've got Diablo. This one was pretty decent. damage, critical damage is pretty good. And now it's got 30% dark damage, 4000 damage cap, critical damage. This also gives crit rate now, so this one's actually a very good one. But unfortunately, he doesn't have insight, so nothing is going to save him. Even though this is a very good weapon, it's not enough to save him because he doesn't have insight yet. But when he does get insight eventually, this one's going to be a very strong one, for sure. Because the amount of damage you get from this is quite nice, and more crit rate. It's a very good one. And then his second one, yeah, he was just power crept a lot. That's why he needed insight desperately. Take less damage, that's all it does. And now it has take less damage. And mind, that's all it does. Kind of useless, honestly. And then Veldora has accessory, won't faint, take less damage, won't faint, take less damage, and more damage cap, still kind of mid. More damage cap, and piercing now has 30% damage cap, piercing when no armor or weapons are equipped, 30% more earth damage. Now this is what a good one looks like. Why? I'm confused right now, because you got this, right? You got this, which is a very good accessory, and then you get this. You know, you see the difference? This just seems incredibly underwhelming in comparison to this one. Because he's a no-wheeled unit, so he can't equip an armor and he can't equip a weapon. So you want something that looks good like this. Very good on this one. But this one doesn't give any damage. Yes, it gives mitigation and he won't faint and it gives damage cap, but... yeah, well... I mean... I don't know. But yeah, those are all the Godforge equipments now. Honestly, nothing crazy here. It really depends on the performance on the units. I don't think any of these are going to be that crazy. I do like Demon Lord Rimuru's clothes, and if he ends up being good, I'm probably going to get it. But I doubt it. I don't think he's going to be that great, unfortunately, because I don't think his insights has done enough. But I'm going to not say that yet. Pretend I didn't say that, because I haven't looked at his entire kit yet, so I will come back to those units in a little bit. So I believe that is everything for the moment in regards to about part 1 and the Redux units before we do any testing. So we might as well do some summons, see how that goes, and then we'll start showcasing afterwards. I believe I did get everything from the event shop already I got all the summon tickets. Highly recommend to get every single summon ticket that you can before spending any crystals, because you never know. And in the event missions, you can get some in here up to 60,000 points. You can get some tickets, and then there's some part 2 tickets which you don't need to worry about yet. And in the shop there was a pack that I've already got, which was just 3,000 paid crystals for 3 tickets. Not going to be buying anything else here yet. And that's pretty much everything. So let's see how the summons go. I am hoping to get a few things today, because I would really like Hinata, because she looks pretty good and quite a strong unit, honestly. So I would like to get her if possible, because she looks like a useful unit. And from the Redux, you can only get 6 tickets right now, which is annoying. Actually, there might be some more in this that I haven't gotten yet. Yeah, I need to do this first, but then I get 3 more tickets, so I've got to remember to do that. Okay, let's just start with tickets first, always. We'll do the Redux tickets first. The rates on this are 0.2% for each unit, and 0.2% for each arc, which ends up being 2.4%. in total, which is equivalent to 1.2% on, you know, same thing as the Redux banner, so that's nice. I rarely get anything from these tickets, but let's just hope we get something. Yeah, only get 9 tickets is terrible. I think we might get one more. But they're very stingy with Redux tickets, usually, and it's unfortunate. I wish there were more, because this banner, having all of them on rate up, would have been a decent banner to pull on. Hey, look, a beach. That's nice to see. Please be a gobble. No, there's no gobble, but there is a red. It's not guaranteed to be something new, because it's still less than a 50% chance to get a new on rate up thing, so it's still more likely to be a dupe than not. So I'm just expecting a dupe from this one. But let's hope there's something new in here, because it would be nice to get something, because I'm missing everything from this collab on this account. Any extra animations? No, it's just a dupe then, probably. There's only one red, yeah. Of course it's going to be a dupe, because 2.4% is not high enough, apparently. Weren't we used to get 2 selected tickets? I don't think so. I think we always got 1. I think we always got 1 select ticket. So now I'm going to use my part 1 tickets, and then get those 3 Redux tickets, use those, and then we'll start using crystals, and hope we get something today, because I'm hoping so. I would like to get most things from here. I'm only going to watch this if it looks promising, which is not, like I said. And then we'll do temple. We've got 2 temples with tickets. Let's try to get Hinata, if possible, because she looks very, very nice. She looks like a useful unit, quite a strong unit, but looks like nothing from tickets. That's annoying. Yeah, if you remember, the last time we had a rerun was when Slime and Nia reran at the same time. We had literally them both at the exact same time. It was an interesting time. Let me go home, and I can get these free Redux tickets now, and then use those. And I'm probably gonna have to use some crystals in the Redux banner, because I do want to get some stuff from there. Probably not gonna get any reds in here. I'll be surprised if there was a beach, but nah. Nah, just a little bit. It's not gonna be anything. Definitely not. No. Yeah, you never get anything from tickets. Yeah, it was when 2P, Shift 9S, Veldora, Diablo was the last rerun. And then we'll do this temple ticket. I never get anything from tickets. I say that, but I actually have in the past. So I probably shouldn't complain, but I always hope to try and get something from tickets. Beach. Hooray, it's a beach. Please be something new. Please be a gobble. Any gobble? No gobble. I get disappointed when I don't see a gobble, because I'm like, it's just nothing. At least there's one red in here, at least. Need it to be something new. If it's the Ark, I'm not going to complain, but I would prefer the unit if possible. Or just something new at least. I think I'm only missing those 2. But it's a dupe. I bet. Yeah, there's no extra animation, no nothing, it doesn't look promising, and it's just 1, so it's a dupe. Yeah, as expected. It's more likely to get a dupe than you don't, which is, the one thing I don't like. But anyways, I have been saving for this moment, so... You got the Ark 2 times. Well... I think what I'm gonna do is... I think I'm gonna do lap 1 first. I'm gonna do lap 1 first. For part 1. Maybe do a couple of pulls in here. Hope for a beach or a purple background, which... no reds, as expected. Yeah, I'm gonna save most of my crystals, most of my pulls for Benimaru, but I do at least want to do a few pulls today because I'm missing everything from the Redux, and the Part 1 unit looks quite good. And then step 3 is the last one we can do here, I think. And of course, there's not going to be anything in here either, is there? The answer is no. Zerkus, this is blue, it's not anything. Yeah. Great. All tickets, terrible. Well, I am... There is actually... You can trade medals for tickets, I think. I should have checked. Yeah, you can. You can trade medals for tickets, collab tickets. I might do that. Probably will do that. Because I'm not going to be pitting anything. I don't think it's worth it. Unless she ends up being stupidly broken, but I don't think so. I do want to go to the Redux and focus on this a bit more now. But I don't know what units I should be focusing on is the problem. I don't know which units I should select, because they're probably all going to be mid, aren't they? And I don't think it matters which arc I select as long as it's one of the 3 that I want, which is Sworn Ally, Conqueror Flames, Storm Dragon, Veldora. I'm going to go with besties. I'm going to do a few pulls on this, I suppose. And as you know, we never do 10 pulls on this channel, unless we're crazy people, and we're not crazy. So I'm just gonna do some summons on this banner and try and get, ideally the arc, one of the arcs, or 2. I'm trying to try and pull 2 of the arcs if possible, because I don't think we get many pulls for the Redux, so gonna have to do crystal on this, I think. Only gonna watch it if there's a beach, and what a coincidence! No gobble. 30k for Demon Lord Rimuru. Well, if you like him, then that's all that matters. Sarah, I was kind of hoping for a Lillaheart. Hey, look, an animation. This means it's a guaranteed something new, isn't it? Yeah, but I don't remember what that animation means. Okay, it's a unit. I was hoping it wouldn't be because I prefer the arc. But okay, fine. At least it's going to give me some crystals back, and it could be used with revives. But okay. Does pulling up by 10 have a high chance? No. The only reason you would ever do a 10 pull is if you want to do it quicker. Okay, next I'm probably going to select Demon Lord Rimuru because I like him. Or Milim. Or Diablo. I think these 3 are like the ones I'm thinking about. I like Demon Lord Rimuru, so I'll probably select him next. I'm trying to get the arc. I want the arc more. I wish I could select 2 arcs instead of a unit and an arc, but whatever. So I'm only going to watch it if it looks good, and this one looks bad. Yeah, there's a lot of animations, which is nice because you get a variety of animations. I didn't know what that animation meant, but apparently it was a unit animation. I was hoping it was an arc. Come on, we're looking for... Yeah, I do like Demon Lord Rimuru. I haven't tried the Insight units yet. I plan to do that after I do all my summons. I'm trying to pull mostly for the arcs, because I do really want the arcs. At least a few of them, if possible. And depending on how it goes, yeah, I'll definitely I'll go back to part 1 as well, and do a few more in there, because I would like to try to get the unit if possible, because she's pretty cool. Collab exclusive animations would be fun, but that would be a lot of effort. which Adis probably can't do. But yeah, that would be fun. Yeah, I did recommend what you should be using your ticket on earlier, but basically it's just arcs, really. I don't think any of the units are going to be that crazy, but I haven't looked at them yet properly. Sworn Ally is probably the best one, and then the Fire one is the second best one, which is pretty good. And then the two SSR arcs can be useful, but the Fire one's better than the other one. Come on, let's at least try and get some more reds if possible. Come on. We need some reds. Can you? I don't think you can trade for tickets for this one, can you? I'm gonna have a look. Would be nice. I don't think so, though. Yeah, so highest priority, Sworn Ally, second, Conqueror Flames, third, Storm Dragon Veldora. Probably that order. It would be nice if you can use these Redux medals on Redux tickets, but they're not here. Yes, they are. Good. I'm glad they're there. Probably not going to change anything, but should I? I don't know. Is this collab a must pull? No, unfortunately, it's more of a average. That it has some useful things in. Don't get me wrong, but it's not a doesn't have anything game changing in this collab. Unlike ReZero or Devil May Cry and some other ones too. It doesn't have anything stupidly game changing in it, which is fine because not everything has to have something game changing in it. I'm just looking for different backgrounds. I think I'm only going to watch it if it has a different background. Otherwise, I'll just skip it. Otherwise, we'll be here all day. I haven't gotten a red since the last red, which was a new unit, but nah. Come on. Need to get some more reds from this banner. And I do want to do some part 1 summons as well. Yeah, the part 2 unit has potential to be good, but we have no idea on what his kit is yet. So I do recommend a wait and see, first of all. You can wait a week at least before putting on part 1. Putting on Redux is fine, because I don't think we really get that many other Redux tickets or any at all. Come on, we need some more reds from this banner and some new things that are not units and are arcs, because I would really like to get some of those arcs if possible. Yeah, she is skippable if you've got other options like Christmas Rem, but I just think she'll be fun. And maybe she could be good in Backgraph Simulator. Would I use her instead of Christmas Rem? I'm thinking like in some situations then you might want to use her instead, but I don't know. Still no reds. It's been a while since I've got a red and it's sad. Oh. 6.8 mil. That's solid, yeah. But considering Christmas Rem is like 10 mil, but well, it's still very good. It's on the high end for sure. Is 6.8 mil taking into account her paid weapon? Is the question. I don't remember if the 10 mil for Christmas Rem. Okay, well, I mean, yeah, I probably don't see myself switching out Christmas Rem for her then, any teams, but that is still a very solid amount. I don't remember the exact numbers Christmas Rem is without her buff, because I would imagine Hinata would be better when Christmas Rem doesn't have the buff. I'm just guessing. Hinata really did need a bit more quicker animations. Come on, there's been no red in like a very long time now, and it's not good. It's terrible. Come on, a beach or something. How many medals do I have now? 40. Yeah. I'm probably going to end up going to 100 medals for the temple ticket, aren't I? That's likely. Yeah, well, at least it's not 0.8%. 1.2% is at least higher than whatever Devil May Cry did. That was terrible. What other choice do you have? I mean, you could buy them. That's the only other choice. Is either buy them or you pull them. Do a temple one time. I would, but there's no point, because that would be a waste of crystals otherwise. If I were to get the arc on literally the first orb, all of those 9 pulls would be wasted. Mix it up. I know it would be... Well... it, you know... It's still not an arc. I'm trying to get an arc. Or 2, but it's just been units. If you don't know, the reason why I do single pulls is because 10 pulls don't give you any benefit. The only reason you would do a 10 pull is just to be quicker and waste your crystals faster. So, that's disappointing. Come on, I'd like to get one more. If we get one more, and hope it's an arc and not another unit. If it's another unit, I'm going to be... It's not going to be great if it's a unit. Come on, a beach or something fun. Nope. Need to get another red. I hope it's a limited arc. Limited arcs. The ones I want the most. Nope. I will go back to part 1 in a moment after we've done this. I was kind of hoping to pull like 1 or 2 of the arcs, and then selecting one with the ticket. Because I didn't plan to pull any of the units, but things change, you know. I didn't exactly want them, but whatever, I won't complain. It's better than nothing. It's better than an off banner. Come on. Get one more new thing, and then I'm probably going to move on from this. And hope it's an arc. If possible. Been here for 2 hours already, and we're still on the summon section. Haven't had a different background in a while. And when you don't see a different background, it does feel kind of, you know, uneventful. Nope. Gonna be here all day, aren't I? No. It isn't very good, is it? No. It's not very good. No. At least wanted to pull one of them, at least one. At least, if I pull at least one of the arcs, I'll be fine. Actually, it is technically possible to get an off banner for one of the units or arcs, and that happened in Devil May Cry for some people. I should check. Yeah, you can still get them off rate up, which is funny. So technically an off banner could be an on banner, which is funny. Yeah, I'm not gonna say what that number that is, but I want to get. Yeah, I almost played this on day one. I say that because I wanted to play this on day one, but I couldn't because it wasn't available in my country, and I had to wait for an APK to be downloadable before I could play it. So I couldn't play it in the first few weeks or so. But when it came out, I really wanted to play it because it looked like the type of game that I wanted to play, and that was true. I still like playing it, but you know what I don't like? I don't like this banner, and gacha rates in general are just bad, and there should be a better pity system than what garbage we have in this game. Come on, I want one arc now. Do it. I need it right now. I want it now. Immediately. Because the arcs is literally the only thing I care about right now. Come on. Yeah. Maybe I should switch over to part 1 and do a couple in there and then come back to this, just to switch it up. Maybe. How long have I been pulling? Well, it feels like a long time because they're single pulls, as a reminder. Yes, there's an arc. I'm happy with that one. I think I am gonna stop there for the moment. I'm glad it wasn't the units, I'm glad it was an arc, so I'm happy with that. I think I'm gonna hold it there for now, because yes, I still want to get the other arcs if possible, but I can do the daily catches, and I might get enough medals for the 100. Half an hour already. I haven't been pulling for that long, honestly. So I can now use my select ticket on Conqueror Flames. I would like to get the other ones. I haven't been pulling super hard, okay? It just feels like it has. It hasn't. You could also do this. But if you get Harvest Festival, the worst thing in the world. The worst feeling ever if you were to get that. Okay, let's do some pulls in part 1. I know I said I probably shouldn't do many, but I at least want to do a couple because I think the unit's going to be fun. Am I going to use the unit? Well, I'm going to do a few, okay? I'm going to try get like one red or something, and actually... I'm going to trade for the ticket first, because there's no way I'm doing 100 summons. I'm not doing 100 summons. I'm not going to be pulling much in this banner. I say that, and I might be wrong. Been wrong before. I've changed my mind, I'm allowed to. Yeah. I mean, players that have been around for a long time would have most of these arcs already. So, I'm going to do a couple of these to get 1 or 2 reds, and then I'll move on to the showcase next, I think. Because 6.8 mil DPS is good. Yeah, I did all my tickets. Garbage tickets, by the way. terrible nothing. I have been trying to pull Arch being Lebref, but I couldn't get her and I was annoyed because I really wanted her for a support, but oh well. I had to save for this collab because it's a lot more worth saving for a collab than that. The unit is actually great, yeah, for sure. She's going to be quite good. But if you have a Christmas Rem, I feel like she's going to be less good. And Christmas Rem is probably just going to be better overall. Because of that reason, I should probably not pull on this banner. But I at least want to see an animation of a red or something. But I'm not going to do too many more. We'll see. No beach. Yeah, the flame arc's pretty nice. I would like to get that one. And a couple of the other Redux arcs if possible. Yeah, there is going to be some situations where you would rather use Hinata instead of Christmas Rem. That would be when bosses have incredibly high dark resistance and they're hard to hit damage cap against, then Hinata would be easier to use against some bosses. And demonic type enemies only. That's the problem though. Has to be a demonic type enemy. Otherwise, Hinata's not going to do too much in comparison. I'm just seeing Lilibet many times and it's not good. I'm going to be using all my medals just on single tickets, just because I haven't gotten a red yet. I've already done 13, which is not very lucky at all. Do 2 more singles, get a ticket, and hope a red. I need 1 red, or 2, to at least have a chance. Then I can get a ticket. See, this is what I do, the strategy I do with my summons is what every free-to-play player should be doing. All the time. This is the most sensible way to summon in this game. Unfortunately, it takes a long time, but it's worth doing. Come on. Nope. Still nothing. I still haven't gotten a red from this banner yet. I have to get at least 1 red. And I do want to pawn the Redux, but I said I wasn't. Yeah, I am going to be saving for part 2. I'm not doing any temples, it's not worth it on this banner. Yet. Only ever do 10 pulls if they're tickets. Come on, just 1 red, and then a beach or something exciting to at least give a chance of something new. And then we can be disappointed that we got nothing, and then we leave the banner. That's the plan. Oh, Lilibet, why? I've seen you so many times today and I'm not interested. Get lost, you. Yeah, well... It all depends on what the arcs have. Mainly learnable skills. Traits matter too, but learnable skills and the Archive Awards are stuff that can always be used long term on multiple units. Come on, I still haven't gotten a red, and it's kind of disappointing at this point that I've done many summons and just blues and golds and nothing else other than that. Sad. Well, this is just... I don't remember how many... I don't count how many I do, I just do it and then kind of wing it. 12, okay. I'm gonna do 3 more. Technically we do get more part 1 tickets, so... I just would have liked to get this unit. Yeah, well... Christmas Rem is just such a good unit. Like, she's the best damage dealer in the game for PvE content. And it's not even by a small margin, it's quite a big difference. Because she has insanely high damage cap with Fatal Strike and fast skills. Can't beat that. I really wanted to get Hinata because she seemed like a good unit, but I don't think the game wants to give it to me today. And the answer's going to be no. Give me a beach. No. I didn't get a single thing from that. And it sucks. It really does suck. A lot of sucking. I could just pull on this again, but there'll always be better in the future, Yana. I still want to try and get a red, but if it's going to take me many years, I'm not going to be doing this for... Yeah. Emperor Lelouch is great. And I think he always will be for a super long time. I think I've got the Lilibet curse right now. Because Lilibet only shows up, and no one else. And she's bad luck. See? Last one. And there's gonna be a Lilibet. Wow. Wouldn't you know? Well, I still want Hinata, but I feel like I should wait. I want to, but I don't. Also, should I just buy this and hope that I get something that I actually want? Probably shouldn't. But I do want to. Because... why not? I might just do that once. For content. And then, this will be the last poll that we're doing today. I'm gonna be, remember my... yeah, I know. I know. I'm saving after this. And we're moving on to the showcase after this, okay? And I'm not going to be putting any more today, if I can help it. Yeah, that's exactly what I expected to happen, because that's content. I could do it again and just get another one. I'm not gonna. Yeah, well, that it was 1 out of 5, but I'll show you, it's literally useless. It doesn't have anything on it, apart from Ice Attack Raise 2, which isn't actually gonna, probably already have it. Demon Lord Awakened's gonna be, you know, it's just not good. It's just bad. Because it doesn't give anything to your account, does it? No, it just provides nothing. Like, what can I do with this? What can I do with garbage? Not a single thing, unfortunately. Only thing it is its account XP. Technically, if I were to buy another one, it would be a guaranteed. Actually, hang on. I just remembered something. There's also this one. No, I'm gonna be skipping part 1 for now. I wanted to get Hinata, but I couldn't get her. It's sad. I'm considering doing this because you are rocks, you know. So I'm probably gonna do this one because I want to. I've been wanting to have a reason to spend my paid crystals recently, so this is the reason. Guaranteed UR arcs and limited arcs is a good time to spend for hopefully stuff that are not. Obviously, I know what's going to be in here. Okay, it's going to be 1 new thing and 2 dupes. There's a guaranteed. But it's a new arc, so yeah, there's 1 new arc that I didn't have good. Great. There also is another one coming up next week. But this one, it does what I don't remember what it has. I think it was okay, wasn't it? Earth Attack Raise 3, 2-handed axe boost. That has been useful sometimes, but like decent. You know, this axe could be used on like a tank or something. Oh man. I wish there were better summons, but can't really. I don't know what to say. Okay. So right now, I think I'm just gonna save these. Yeah, well, Fairy King isn't really used anymore, unfortunately. Like, I think this arc's a decent one, honestly. It's a good one. But, yeah, it's a decent arc. I do like this one. So it's a nice one to have, for sure. I was very slightly hoping to get something else in there, too. But I can't complain. I think that's everything, even though I still want... There's still some stuff in here that I want, but patience is what I don't have, and patience is what I should have and don't have. should I go and use all my medals on Singapore tickets, or save up and try and get this Temple Redux ticket? I don't know. Honestly, I haven't decided yet, but I think I'm going to save the medals, because 5 tickets is probably just going to give nothing, so I think I should just save those. And then Hinata, and those medals, because I'm not pitting anything on there, that's fine, okay. Well, I think that's everything. I mean, I could buy another one of these, but I don't want to. I do want to, but I don't. Yeah. I want to get Conqueror Flames, Storm Dragon Veldora. These two are good, but less useful, I think. Yeah, I'm not gonna waste any more crystals on Hinata's banner. If her arc was better, I probably would pull more on her banner, honestly. Let's literally just have empty-handed. I'm probably going to be buying some more crystals soon. If I do, then I would have... Yeah, I'm going to save that towards the end. I think that's the smartest idea. It's best not to rush into it, which I have been doing. Let's go over to Steam and start doing some interesting stuff. Hopefully. Yup. Right. So what I want to do now is let's start having a look at Hinata. I want to showcase her and going more in depth with her skills and everything. And after that, then we can start having a look at all of the insight units, which will take quite a while, by the way. So looking at every single insight unit is going to take a while. But I have plenty of time, at least an hour or an hour and a half of time. So we should be able to cover all that no problems. And I might as well talk a little bit about Veldora and Diablo, but don't expect much from them because they don't have insight. But we'll worry about that later. First of all, let's start having a look at Hinata in the unit test playquest, because I do want to show off her performance and everything in here, and just to see what she's like in here first. So she does actually get a lot of stats in battle, by the way. She gets a hell of a lot of stats in battle. Obviously they're using her paid equipments. 3-jeweled amulet, they seem to like using that a lot. All of her base skills. Obviously the limited arc, which doesn't give any damage cap, by the way. Let's try this out. So, Hinata has a lot of stats, as you can see in battle, because this enemy does have every single type because of these debuffs, so they are going to have, you know, demonic types. So that's why she does have that plus 50% strength and intelligence into effect, and she will have all the slayers and everything against this enemy. And her intelligence and strength is quite good, and she does scale off of intelligence and strength at the same time. And her mind, she does scale off of mind to increase the damage too, but you can see her mind is very low in comparison to everything else. I wish her mind was higher, because it's her lowest stat, which is a bit strange considering she has that Serenity skill, I believe, which boosts damage based on mind. So I wish she had higher mind than that. But anyways, stats are looking pretty nice. And her normal attack is hitting damage cap, which is expected, and is restoring 999 MP from Goddess Kiss, which is very nice. And the reason this is happening is because obviously light weapon, very high stats, and Thaumaturgy Ring Plus, and all of that scaling put into her normal attacks is very strong. And then her skill 1 is line of sight. You can see her damage caps are quite high because this enemy is weak to light, of course, and has all the types. So she's hitting all of her conditionals in this battle. You can see the damage caps, very good. But this hits quickly, it's just there's a delay, so you can't really spam this one. I mean, you can kind of spam it, it's just not the most spammable skill. But from seeing this, I do think she should be hitting hard against most enemies. And then her skill 2 is a long range skill which you can use from anywhere, which is an interesting one. And you would also think this could be pretty spammable, but it's not really spammable, really. It's got a delay. Like, I don't think there's any tech of reducing animations or anything with this unit, unless there's something I'm missing, I don't know. But that's what we're here to test out. If I try to spam this, it's just a bit slow, you know? It's too slow if you try and spam the skill 2, that's the problem. If you're up against the enemy's face, it doesn't really make a difference, does it? I mean, the one hit does hit quicker. It hits immediately, but there's still a delay. And I don't like delays, you know me, I'm not a fan of delays. I want it to happen instantly, and I want it to... I wish they were better, you know? I wish they were better skills, because they've got delays in them, and I don't like those. Now, skill 3 is the main one, which is always more exciting. You see, it's quite fast up until 18, and then it does 2 hits, which are slower. Which is fine, because she does get an extra 100,000 damage cap on those last 2 hits. And she does have extra Fatal Strike chance of her skill 3 as well. But if you try to spam the skill 3, it's not as fast as you were hoping it to be. But it's still going to be solid, and it's still going to be quite good. It's just not going to be on Christmas Rem levels. And you can see the strength debuff is wearing off around the 40-second mark. So it does seem like that strength debuff lasts 40 seconds, which is nice. She doesn't have any supportive buffs or anything, so she is just going to be a main damage dealer. So let's see how quickly I can kill this enemy with just spamming probably skill 3 and skill 2. And I will try the special out afterwards. It's pretty good, but the animations could have been slightly better, but it's still quite strong. I have to admit, seeing this in a unit test playquest is quite impressive, because those damage caps are quite high for, you know, a unit. It's quite good. I just wish the animations were slightly better. They could have done a lot with this unit. They could have made her even better, but still very good. And if you get a Fatal Strike activating on her final 2 hits of the skill 3, that would be funny. I want to see it happen now. But I don't think it's going to happen, is it? I want it to happen. Because it'll be even higher number. It's not going to happen, is it? No. And now we get on to the special, which everyone's looking forward to. because her special is quite an interesting one. It does one hit, but has super big numbers. Is also her magic spell. I'll look at that afterwards. So one hit, but big number. Massive number, right? Which you may think, wow, it's crazy, which, yeah, it's quite crazy. But, I'm slightly worried about the damage modifiers on it, because I don't see that many damage modifiers in a kit for special damage, just damage caps. So this will be fun. This special is going to be fun. And I like the animation of the special too, it's quite nice. It's a good one, for sure. I don't think it's the strongest that we have, but in terms of damage caps, yes, it's going to be the highest damage cap we probably have available. And I said this before, but imagine if her special could Fatal Strike. Like, imagine that. That would be hilarious. You go like 36 million or so times by Fatal Strike would be hilarious. Best special nuker. Yeah, I mean, but I'm like, compare her to like Seadriel and Shiflog Zeus. I don't know how she compares to them, considering those two units can hit all enemies, and she's only single target. But maybe I can imagine her single target being better than those two, because she has such high damage caps. But the one thing I haven't tested is what her actual damage modifiers are. I mean, it's quite fun. And then Disintegration is her magic spell. It was quite nice. Let me retry that and just show it by itself. It's nice. Does 40 hits. But, I mean, hang on, let me try something. Let me try something real quick. Let me see how long it takes for me to cast and then use a skill afterwards. Will this add to her DPS? Because it's probably not worth it. You're probably going to get more DPS from just spamming skill 3, aren't you? But you could just cast this every once in a while to add more DPS. But is the time that you're taking to cast it worth it, is the question. Yeah, super micro, but if you're like, you know, endgame Battleground Simulator, if you're just using her as the main damage dealer anyways, then it's probably fine. But the big question is, how much does this change her actual DPS? Because it's probably still going to be worse than Christmas Ram. Like, I have to admit, it's definitely still going to be worse than Christmas Ram, but because it takes like 2 seconds to cast it, which is like enough for 3 skill 3s or something. You know, I want this unit now. I want this unit. Oh, I think it's gonna be pretty good. It's gonna be great, honestly. Let me do this one more time. I do think she's quite a fun unit, honestly. Because you're not just spamming a button, you're spamming multiple buttons. There's a difference. Yeah. I mean, maybe there's some way you can... Well, let me check, actually, real quick. She has... Recast is 20%, isn't it? I always forget, because it doesn't actually tell you. It's probably 20. And then you get another 20 here. And then you get another 30. So... Is it 20 or 30? Is the question. Yeah, so if it's because it's 20, then she'll need 10% more. But it's still quick enough, right? She should have been like Belzar. And she would have been amazing. Even better. Oh, there you go, I saw it. 3.1 million damage. Wow. I saw that. That was great. This unit's going to be a fun unit, and I want this unit. I do. See, yeah, yeah. I'm going to do this one more time, just to show you the speed of how quickly she can just kill this enemy. Because ideally you'd use magic first, and then skill 3 spam until you run out, and then use skill 2, and then you're back to skill 3. And then you can do this in 10.69 seconds. Perfect number right there. That is a lot quicker than just spamming her skills. That is a lot quicker than just spamming skills. So I think her best DPS is definitely going to be mixing in her magic spell. But there is a problem with this, and that problem is it requires MP, and you don't have infinite MP. So yeah, that might be a slight problem, but I know she has Goddess Kiss, you might need to mix in some normal attacks, but if you're doing that... well... This was just going to be a showcase, though. I shouldn't pull any more than I have. Yeah, and she's single-wheeled, so Goddess Kiss isn't going to be the most reliable way. So you might want to stack up a bunch of MP and give her MP accessory with Chains of Divine Grace, because this one also gives MP. So I think she's going to be quite good, honestly. Like, after seeing the unit test play quest, and the fact that these skills can also increase, you know, damage cap of your magic, I think she's going to be good. Yeah, there needs to be more testing with this unit, because there are multiple questions going on of how she's going to work dual wield, if it's going to be better than single wield, with like just DPS numbers, and how is she going to work in longer battles with casting her magic, stuff like that. There's a few things people need to test with her, I think, to see her full potential, but against demonic type enemies, if you're using her skill 3 and magic, keep spamming those. I think her DPS is going to be quite strong, and it does end up being on the higher end because you can mix in magic as well as physical damage, but it is a lot more difficult to manage that than just a unit that you can keep spamming one button non-stop, you know. So yeah, a bit more difficult, but I think she's going to be pretty good, and she's nice. But again, it's not, she isn't necessary. So, you know, I think I'll leave it there for her showcase for now. I do think she's a nice unit though. She's going to be quite good. And the fact that I think a good amount in her kit is like light focused, so that does apply to her magic. All of her light damage, which is very nice. And yeah, I think it's going to be fun. Like, I do really want to do some testing with this unit, but I don't have the unit, so unfortunately. Yeah, I think maybe she could work dual wields, but like, I don't know. A magic, because dual wields will be, you know, yeah, I'm gonna leave it there for the moment. I think it's quite interesting. I do like this unit. She's a more interesting damage dealer, and I do like how she plays because she's got a lot of different mechanics. She doesn't just have skill; she has her unique magic and her special as well, which is quite fun. So I do think it's going to be a fun unit to use. And she has her reduced light resistance in her kit, so she doesn't even need a Trishula. You just need like some cut resistances in your team. Like Arch being melee is going to be a good pair with her because of her anima, stuff like that. So I think she's going to be a good unit. I can definitely see it, and she should hit quite hard because of all of her stats and damage scaling with her Thaumaturgy Ring Plus and Serenity. I think she's going to be quite good. So I am looking forward to seeing more with this unit, and I would like to try to get this unit. Honestly, I would like to get it. So I'm probably going to try to get her, but not worth the pity if you already have a Christmas Rem, I think. So I'm just going to do this very quickly because probably no one cares. I'm just going to do these once just to show you what they look like, and that's it. I'm not even going to say how good they are because they're just outdated, got no changes other than their paid equipment, so I'm just doing this for the crystals. Diablo's good, but he needs insight. See, look how fast that skill 3 is. He could be a very good DPS unit if they gave him insight. Look how bad those stats are. It's kind of hilarious. You see this, and then you see Hinata with like 10, 11,000 more strength. It's hilarious. Yeah, I haven't looked at the insight yet, so I'm going to do that in a moment. I'm just showing you how these units are like. I do like Diablo. I remember when he came out. He was pretty good, but he's just outdated. Like, look at that. 55,000 damage cap. Why don't they give this unit insight? I don't understand. This also shows you how much power creep there has been in the past 2 odd years. There's been this much. Yeah, he was... Imagine it though, he was a very good damage dealer when it came out. But now, he's bad because he doesn't have insight. I still can't get over that. It's still annoying. And then we got on to an even worse unit. Well, Veldora's a good unit. Well, Diablo's a good unit. Veldora was always a bad unit. Even when he came out, he was kind of bad. And I never pulled him, and I never will. He's not even hitting damage cap on his skill 1, on his normal hits, until now. He is bad. The skill 3 is good, I like it, but he needs insight. and more, you know. He's a cool unit, but I don't hate him as a unit, I just hate his design. I mean, his kit design, you know. He's cool. I wish he was better, but his kit sucks. And he needs insight. So, yeah, he's not... Just ignore both of these units, okay, because they're not going to perform anywhere near as good as any of the other units. I don't think they'll get insights in part 2. If they do, that would be great, but they said they will not get insights in the news, so I don't think so, no. See, Diablo actually has some useful things, but Veldora, what does he have? Just damage that's outdated, and nothing else. So, yeah, he's useless. Diablo can be useful, but I would never use either of these ever in my life because they need insight. And Diablo could be a very strong unit with insight. Just got to wait for that to happen eventually. Probably another 2 years and that'll happen, who knows. So, that is everything for these units. Mostly Hinata, she seems very good. I think she's going to be quite fun. I do like that unit. But let's move on to the insight units now. I do have a list on my phone. I took some screenshots of all of the insight changes, and I'm going to be referring back to those just so I know everything that they've added. So, let's start this off with looking at the units in order from the bottom to the top. So, Rimuru Tempest is what we're going to be looking at first of all. This base form of Rimuru and Milim are the oldest units from this collab, and they are very old. I doubt they're going to be that crazy, but we're going to have to wait and see. So, with Rimuru Tempest, he is a hybrid mage and physical damage dealer, but they did focus more on his physical damage side. His actual skills doesn't say that there's any drastic change to them with the descriptions, but I believe that they did get some hit count changes and maybe some changes to their animations, which we'll have a look at in a moment. And the only real noticeable change here is with his special. It restores the unit's HP and MP and SCT by 50 seconds. So the SCT is now increased to 50 seconds, which is nice. And the HP recovery cap is now plus 20,000. So that's the only real change there. And next is all the new skills that he has. But let me just show you exactly what his trait has, just to remind you exactly what this unit is about. So during a battle, if you meet conditions, you get buffs, basically. So if you hit weakness, boost magic damage cap. If you take damage, you take less damage. If you take attribute damage, you boost resistance to that attribute. If you get a basic stats ailment, you boost resistance to that ailment. So it's an interesting trait and something we don't really see that often. And I was always a fan of his artwork because it's kind of cool to me. And trait 2 is just a bunch of damage. That's basically it. 150% damage because he's an old unit. Casting, speeding stuff, not really much else. During full auto battles, you get more stats, which is funny. So now let's have a look at his new skills. But first of all, there are a few changes to some of his skills, which I did mention in the news, but just so everyone is aware, right here, he has a change to 2 of his magic spells, Magic Sense, which isn't actually on this one, and Icicle Shot, which is here. Magic Sense should be a passive skill, shouldn't it? Yeah, this one is now 30 MP instead of whatever it was before, probably 10. And then Icicle Shot now has more damage cap than it did before. Those are the changes. And everything else that I mentioned here is going to be new. So Orgon up 5 is now on this unit, which is very nice. More strength and intelligence is going to be very useful, because he will scale off of both of those stats for his physical and magic damage. Esoteric up 3, more Intelligence, Mind, and MP. Auto Grand Aura. Would have been nice if you had EX Aura, but that's still pretty nice. Auto Haste is new, which is right there. Auto High Magic Barrier is right here, which is nice. And Thaumaturgy Ring Plus is new, which is a very good skill for sure. Definitely nice that he has that. Definitely needed that. Auto Heal is new, which is a good skill for sure. Cover HP and restore, use MP to when you're close to death. It's quite a nice one on some units. Favoured Sword is new. It would have been nice if you have a different Favoured Sword skill, like Favoured Sword Form 2 or something would have been better, but that's still nice to have. And he also has Clove's Giga Boost, which is right there. You get some more damage and damage mitigation, which is nice. Extra weakness attack is nice, which is this one. During anti-type and attribute weakness effects, there's a chance of an extra attack, which is a very good skill, honestly. I do like this one. But it does not stack with itself. And the next one is Special Boost 3. I don't think that's going to be that crazy, just more damage for a special. Synthesis is very good. Greatly boosts damage based on intelligence. Greatly boosts magic based on strength. And non-stacking magic and special damage cap plus 20,000. So this is like, I think, that guy has the same one, right? Demon Lord Veldora has the same skill, I believe, which is a very good skill. It really is a very good skill. Elemental Out's the next one. If they have 0 resistance, then treat it as -5, which is nice. And then the final one here is Name Giving, which is on the learnable arc. It's a learnable skill from one of the limited arcs, so it's nothing crazy. Yeah, if you want to look at all my discussions and everything on Hinata, then you can go back and check that once the stream's over. TLDR, she is a very good unit for sure. I think she's going to be a top tier damage dealer for PvE content, and I'm not going to mention that again until towards the end of the stream. So that is everything that he got that was new and was added to his kit. Of course, there are some more skills that are insight skills that I will have a look at right now. So let's just have a brief look at everything that he has. A lot of intelligence stats. Obviously, most of these skills will be outdated in comparison to other units, but they're still quite nice. So, insight skills down here are completely new, so let's have a look at these. So, boost all attribute damage by 80%, which is quite nice. All attribute damage cap by 40,000. Single will damage cap 80,000. This one's interesting. So, gradually boost physical and magic damage over time. At 60 seconds, you get 120% damage for both, which is a lot of damage, but it's over time. So, you know what this makes me think of is guild battles on your attack team, but I'm just guessing. It's probably not going to be very good. Like, if it could be a mage and a physical damage dealer, like Veldora, that would be funny, but it's not going to happen because he's an old unit. I don't see that happening ever. And then he's also got gradually boost magic damage cap over time. I don't know why. Yeah, he's also got the same thing for physical damage, so up to 120,000 over time. Yeah, it's good, but the problem is you've got to wait 60 seconds to get the maximum boost. And what's the most important in this game is burst damage. You want to do damage quickly and as fast as possible in this game. So when you have skills that increase your damage over time, they're not the best, really. And they seem more geared towards, longer battles or guild battles on your attack team. That's like the only situation I can think of where they'll be good. And yes, this is technically a lot of damage. Like, you can see a lot of damage potential, but is it enough? It's probably not enough. All attribute damage 150% from the trait 2, and then you get another 120% from, this skill if it's after 60 seconds, which is a lot of damage. So there is a lot of damage potential here, but is it enough because he is a very old unit? I'm not entirely sure. It would be interesting and fun if he could actually do PvP damage with this insight, but I doubt it. It's probably not going to happen. So, take less damage by 20%, more casting speed by 20%, skill 2 stock is increased by 1, fire, ice, earth resistance, poison resistance, silence resistance, and this one is something that a lot of people are going to be using in guild battles on their guild defense, which is annoying. So when HP hits 0, you'll auto-revive and restore HP twice per wave. So 2 revives, and whenever you're revived it boosts your strength and intelligence, maximum at 80% at 2 times. So he's all about, you know, over time getting stronger and dying and reviving and getting stronger, which is an interesting mechanic, but I just don't think it works in this game, unfortunately. But that is all of his kit, which is nice, and I did look at his paid equipment earlier. That's what he's going to be using, and let's try him out in this stage now. Obviously he's got this, which is okay. He is a creature type unit, which could be interesting, because there are not many creature type units in the game. There are a couple. So I haven't tried these insight units out yet, so this is going to be my first time trying them out. I did see the live stream, so I at least saw it. Intelligence quite high. So skill 1, you know, I don't think these skills really changed, did they? Extra weakness attack is activating, that's why sometimes it'll do more. If I try and spam it though, yeah, it's a lot better if you spam it. I like that, but it's not going to be good DPS. And he is hitting damage cap now. If I wait until 60 seconds, then he's going to get the maximum damage and damage cap boosts. So he is meant to be a long range unit. 10 more seconds, and then he's going to have the maximum boost. There you go. So now he's going to get the maximum damage and damage cap boost on all of his skills and everything. That's 285,000, which is not the best. Skill 2 looks nice, but it's quite slow, and you can't spam it at all. It's going to be not very good. I mean, it could be a good persisting skill for like PvP, but yeah, not that great. I might as well restart this, use the other skills. Because he's a very old unit, I don't think there's going to be anything impressive here, but skill 3, Black Flame, is around the unit. So you want to be close to the enemy, which is a kind of a weird thing, because here's the problem, right? You've got a long range skill 1, you've got a long range skill 2, and then you've got a close range skill 3 that doesn't close the gap and completely misses. Why? I don't know. Yes, it pulls enemies in, apparently. It pulls them in. I mean, it's okay that, like, you know, also he's got magic, but are they going to be doing very much? Icicle Shot is his only unique one, which is alright. The only difference with that magic spell is the damage cap, everything else is the same. And if you were to use Shining Zop... Yeah, the good thing with this unit is he has a lot of attribute damage skills and more generic damage in his kit. So you can basically get any attribute you want to work, I think, which is nice. He's basically an all attribute damage dealer and mage at the same time, which in theory sounds good. But all of these magic spells he has in his kit are very bad, and they're not very good, so you're going to want to teach him a better spell if you want him to be a mage. But is he even going to be a good mage? I don't know. Let's use this special. Right. Yeah, it's not very good, it's just utility special, really. So, I mean... I think he's, you know, there's not much to say other than he's not going to be meta at all because his actual DPS is terrible, and the only time you're going to be using him in is if he even has any potential at all in PvP. I think he's more for PvP, and guild battles, mostly guild battles, because he has the 2 extra revives in his kit now, so he could be used in guild battles for that. And yeah, they did adjust his AI to use skills more often. He can do both. And yeah, he has a lot of more generic damage boosts, so all of the attribute damage skills and the attribute damage on his weapon and the attribute damage from his, you know, his unique skill, insight skill, 80% all attribute damage, damage over time, you know, it makes me think that hopefully, hopefully if you max him out and give him some, you know, better spells if you want him to be a mage, hopefully he could do damage in PvP. And I feel like he should, in theory, be able to do some damage at least in PvP. The question is, can he kill a Melzer? I don't think that's even something you should be considering. I don't think that's even going to be possible. But I think it could be fun because he can use any attribute that you want. You could teach him any magic spell that you want and use it, and use him as like an all attribute mage, but we have Shift Lenius, so why would you want to use this unit is what you must be asking. Well, the only situation I can think of is for PvP, that's the only situation. Shift Lenius is going to be a million times better in every single situation in PvE content. You would never want to use this unit. He's a hybrid unit though. Rimuru can do both, but we're going to have to wait and see on how well he does in PvP, really, because that's the only way I can see him actually being good or usable is mostly guild battles. Apart from that, in PvE is going to be pretty useless, I think. He's just a PvP focused type unit for guild battles, really, so I think I'll leave it there for Rimuru. And now let's start having a look at the base form of Rim. Well, Milim, I mean, not Rim, that's Rimuru, whatever. Milim was quite good when she got a buff a few years ago, so maybe she could be decent. She was a decent DPS when she got her buff. So let's have a look at her now. So let's start this off with looking at her skills. She did get some changes to her skills. I would imagine there's some hit count changes, possibly. There should be. But she did get some damage cap changes. So with her skill 1, it now gives plus 5,000 damage cap right here. Skill 2, no change there. But skill 3 does get plus 30,000 more damage cap, so that's nice. And the special gets plus 100,000 damage cap, which is good. but the special has very low hit counts anyways, so it's probably still not going to be doing very much. And that's all the damage cap increases. I'm hoping they got some good hit count increases, because maybe she could be somewhat of a decent damage dealer now. I doubt it, but let's hope. Her traits: boost strength for more damage. I don't think there is that much damage here compared to the base form of Rimuru. There's actually less damage here, because this is only 60% damage. But you do get more strength. Cut damage taken. You know, it's not the best traits. They could have been better. Now let's have a look at her new skills. So, Fighting Spirit Max is new. She has a lot of attack up skills. Fighting Spirit Max is new. Resolve up 5. And Auto Grand Brave she now has, which is very nice. And Auto High Protection as well. Dual Wield. So she didn't have Dual Wield before, which was weird. But now she has Dual Wield. It would have been nice if it was true Dual Wield. That would have been great, honestly. Destroyer is break focus, so I don't remember her having any good break at all, so I don't think she's going to be a good breaker. I don't think her break is anything crazy. Unless they improved it, I doubt it. So Destroy is just more break. Claw Giga Boost is very nice, more damage. There, Dark Attack Raise 4 as well, very nice. And Giant Shield 2, less damage from bosses is right there. And Overdrive, chance for special to deal critical damage. And Adamantium is down there, which is kind of like a Awaken type thing. Get more defense and mines when you're on low HP. Is whatever. Deadly Brawler is new on her, which I don't remember. Don't tell me this was from Street Fighter. If it is, I'm gonna laugh, because it can't be. I don't remember who had this, because we've like never seen this ever. I mean, we have, because it doesn't classify it as a new skill, but attack evasion won't activate. Basically guaranteed piercing, chance to break guards, nothing crazy anyways. Dark Mega Drive is on her now, which is very good. So quite good amount of damage increases. And the last one, for some reason they put this at the bottom, is Heroism up 4. Also got this now, more stats, very nice. And by the way, Runt, her skill Runt got changed, so now it's 50% strength. So she has a chance to get 50% strength buff when she takes damage, which is good, but only when she takes damage. So it's not the best there, but that's all the changes, all the additions she got to her kit. That's everything there, so everything that she has, I don't think she has anything crazy. Now let's have a look. She doesn't have any slayers or anything. Let's have a look at her insight skills that she has now. So it was on Arc. That makes sense. I mean, it doesn't, because you're fighting. It's literally a fighting icon. Like, it doesn't make too much sense, but whatever. Whatever. So boost dark damage by 80%. Cool. Damage cap 80,000. Special damage cap. When using a skill, chance for damage and damage cap. You know what's funny is this plus the paid weapon. If they were to activate at the same time, it would be funny, but it's not going to even be that crazy. Take less damage 20%, cut damage taken by 30%, skills 3 stock, light resist by 5, dark by 15, illness, poison, stun, skill charge 3. That's nice. That's everything she got from Insight. Nothing crazy, really. Kind of, you know, generic, really, but yeah. That kind of adds into with this, but that's kind of it. So, with the collab units, it's hard to say, 'cause I'm still going through them. but I know that Rimuru is pretty decent. He's probably the better one out of them. Now, if you're wondering which forms, I think both forms of Rimuru can be solid, but I'm just guessing at the moment. You know, I know the base form of Rimuru has the 2 revives and could be good for like PvP. That's about it. Most of them are kind of going to be just mid, I think, but we're still going through them. Let's try a route right now. You're better off going for the arcs. The units don't really matter too much, I think. So, base form of Milim, 8000 strength, looks better at least. So she has a close range damage dealer. She has dual wield. What her weapons, by the way, makes sense. So skill 1 is pretty quick. I do like that. I think she was always like a semi-decent unit, right? Like, it's pretty good skill, but she still needs more damage and damage cap. That's the problem. She needs more damage and damage cap. Sad. I remember her skill 2 being good in the past. Yeah, well, you can sometimes see bigger numbers because of the RNG with her paid weapon and that one skill in her kit. So 32, it does push him back, but I do like these skills at least. And the skill 3 was always fun. It's definitely better, and it's got a lot more damage cap than it did. But, you know, her damage caps are still not the best. That's still kind of slow, isn't it? Yeah, I don't know. I don't think she's gonna be that good. Compared to other units, I just don't see how she can even be any good. I'm gonna try this again, because I still need to use a special and everything. But I don't think she's gonna be anything crazy. I think she's just just a damage dealer that doesn't do very much. I mean, I'm trying to make sure I cover everything. It's not going to be the longest stream. It's probably going to be close to 4 hours or around that, but I don't think we'll reach 4 hours. We might. Because seeing that, honestly, the 200,000 damage cap should have been what her base damage cap is, because having a 100,000 damage cap, 157,000 damage cap, isn't that much. I don't know. Let me try the special. Maybe she could do enough break. This special was fun, but it only does 42 hits, so it's terrible. Yeah, it's not gonna be very good. Well, I don't think there's really anything else to show with this unit, is there? Other than one of the best units in the game. I don't think that's not even gonna... Like, I think her break is okay, but if you give her, like, the axe for more break and a break arc, maybe it could be alright. I don't think she's that bad. I think she's gonna be alright. I think she's gonna be... It's decent for an insight unit, I have to say. Especially when you get those, you know, extra damage caps. 100,000 is quite a lot for this dual wield unit, for any dual wield unit really. It's quite a big difference. But when that doesn't activate, there is a significant difference. Her skills are quite quick, so I do like her skills. They are some good skills for sure. So that's the positive, is she has good skills, but I think her damage cap is lacking behind a bit, and it could have been closer to the 200,000 range. But still solid, I suppose. You can give her like Susanoo or something, and she could be quite decent, but not comparable to any of the current meta damage dealers. If you like Milim, then I feel like she could be usable now, and you can get her to work, that's for sure. But she's not going to be meta at all. She's just going to be kind of an average damage dealer, which is fine. She can work at least. Now let's move on to Demon Lord Rimuru Tempest, which is my favourite unit from this collab, because I remember using him quite a lot, and he was quite a strong unit when it came out. So I do like this guy. What changes did he get to his skills? Well, I don't think there were any changes with his skills. Unfortunately, Demon Lord Rimuru Tempest and the shift form of Milim, I don't think their skills changed at all. I think they said that the hit counts and animations are the same, or maybe they've adjusted them slightly, I don't know, but I think they're the same, and that's the unfortunate thing, is Demon Lord Rimuru Tempest could have been quite a good unit. Like, this unit has some potential to be a very good unit, but I feel like there are a few things they cut corners with. They remove some things with this unit. Actually, there is something I want to test with this unit in a bit, just for science, which hopefully I remember. So his skills, I don't think they changed really. His traits, they're pretty nice. When they have an attribute weakness, it does more damage. I do like him, because he's a non-attribute damage dealer that boosts damage based on if the enemy has a weakness. So he gets more non-attribute damage if they have a weakness, which I do like the idea of this unit, and he has always been like my favourite unit from this collab because he's just a fun unit. So let's have a look at his new passive skills that he got. So non-attribute Giga Drive is apparently completely new, and it's the first time we're seeing it on a unit, which is very nice. Non-attribute Giga Drive, very cool. And now we get on to the normal skills. Arcane Up Max, very nice. Heroism Up 3, which is very good. More stats. No attribute attack raised 4 is new on him, which is cool. More damage. Anti-type boost. Okay, because guess what? They gave him Human Buster and Brute Buster. I'm crossing my fingers on this one. I hope he ends up being very strong, or at least strong in PvP, because I loved using him in PvP. I really like using him in PvP, and if he can actually be usable now in PvP, I would be so happy, because I like this unit. So he got Anti-Type Boost, Brute Buster, and Human Buster. That's quite a significant amount of skills right there. Very strong. Sword Giga Boost is on him now too, which is very nice. Down here, Sword Giga and Mega Boost on him now. That's very good. Auto EX Aura. Very happy to see that on this unit. So now he has EX Aura. Very nice. And Armor Piercer is on him now too, which should be around here. So basically the same as Piercing, but not as good. And Phantasma is on him now as well, which is enemy attention draw -1, chance to nullify, chance to evade physical attacks. So that's quite nice because he has a long range physical damage dealer. That is everything he got added to his kit, which is honestly pretty good. Some good damage there, and some stats, and Brute and Human Busters are very nice skills for sure. Now, is it going to be enough to make him a viable PvP unit? Probably not, but I'm hoping so, especially with the extra stats from Insights. Maybe he can be good enough, but That's going to be down to testing, really. I'm hoping, but I'm doubting heavily. He also gets an anti-spirit type effect here as well from this skill. So we got Human Buster, Brute Buster, and an anti-spirit type Slayer effect as well, which is very cool. So he's got a lot of Slayers now. Very nice. So let's just briefly have a look at everything it has. More stats. And if they don't have human type, even more stats. Like if they're monster units, it's 30%. I mean, his damage looks solid. Like, I feel like he should hit hard. Like, in theory, a long-range, non-attribute damage dealer that scales off of intelligence should hit very hard. In theory. In practice, who knows? You can give him Thaumaturgy Ring Plus if you have it as a learnable skill. He does need a sword. He can technically dual wield. Technically. But now let's have a look at the insight skills. Get a buff for 25% of same stat. Yeah, nothing crazy here. Let's look at his insight skills now. So, boost non-attribute damage by 30% isn't too much, but it's still something. Basically like an attack raise 3 skill or something. Attack raise 2 equivalent. And 40,000 damage cap. Boost special damage by 30%. Special damage cap. Single wield damage cap by 75,000. Anti-type damage cap by 65,000. If you're single wielding, it's 130,000. So, technically you could still dual wield, but you are missing out on 75,000 damage cap. It's probably better to single wield, but dual wield could be viable for like PvE content, but if you're comparing him to like Virgil or Archbeam Magus, he's not going to be as good as those units for sure. Not going to be as good. Skill 1 boost. More damage and damage cap to skill 1. Cut damage taken by 15%. Light and dark resistance. That's quite nice. Boost curse resistance. And restore 1 stock for skill 1. A sharp battle. Some good insights, but there isn't anything crazy here. He is just a damage dealer at the end of the day, but I think his main performance is going to be in PvP, because he was quite a strong arena unit when he came out, like 4 years ago, or whenever that was, I don't remember, but a long time ago, he was a meta arena unit, and I used him a hell of a lot. He was quite fun to use, so I'm looking forward to trying him out, and I'm hoping that he can start doing some damage in arena now, and potentially guild battles, because he's a non-attribute damage dealer. So let's hope that he has enough damage. I hope so, but you never know. And he does have paid equipments are quite... His paid clothes is quite good. So if you do plan to use him, then I do recommend getting the clothes. They're quite strong. 35% damage when they're maxed out. If you want to see anything about Hinata, then you can just go back and check it later once the stream has ended, because I've already talked about it many times. I don't like having to repeat myself, even though this is a live stream. Just be aware that you can go and check that out once the stream has ended, and I've added the timestamps. I'll do that after this is finished. So let's try him out now, see how he does. I don't think it's going to be anything crazy, because damage cap wise, probably not going to be that great. We're going through all the insight units right now. So the problem is, his stats are not very good. I wish his stats were higher, because 3,700 strength and 3,400 intelligence is just very low. I wish it was a lot higher, because nowadays units have like 10,000 stats, you know, and higher. So he definitely needs a lot more stats than this. I feel like he's going to be a unit that is going to scale very well with intelligence and skills like Thaumaturgy Ring. If you keep stacking those and increase his intelligence, I feel like he could be a good unit that could scale with those skills. And maybe the Science Flag could be good on him. Dual wield potentially. I'm just thinking about it though. So unfortunately he has a close range normal attack, which isn't what you like to see, because he is a long range damage dealer mostly. And he has a long range skill 1, which I do want to test this out if I remember. I'm probably going to do that in a moment, just while I'm on the subject of this unit. This has, or it did have, a mechanic called chaining, which increased the hit count of the skill 1 when multiple enemies were in the same location, the exact same spot. So I want to test that out after this. It's a good skill because it's piercing, it has 8 hits, and it can snipe enemies from a distance. You can see when I use a skill 1, it still travels. Even after hitting the enemy, the skill 1 is still traveling. So you could hit that enemy and then pierce and hit another enemy. So his skill 1 is quite a good skill 1, honestly. And then his skill 2 is an interesting one. It's a close range skill, but look at the healing that he's getting. It's quite hilarious, really. He gets a lot of healing, he just absorbs damage dealt with the skill 2. It can hit quite hard. It does actually hit harder than his skill 1, but he doesn't have Maglion, I think, in his skills. I don't think he has Maglion skill, because I don't remember seeing it. So that is a big damage boost that he's missing, which can increase the damage of his skill 1 and skill 3 by a lot more. But skill 2 is, you know, you're probably not going to be using it in arena because it's going to be very squishy. And then the skill 3 is one of my favourite ones too. Yeah, it looks kind of small because it is small, and it's always been this small. It hasn't shrunk, you're not seeing things, it's always looked like this. And Megiddo has been very good skill. When he was meta in arena, when he came out, you were seeing people using his skill 1 and skill 3, they were both pretty strong. And I think you're going to be using a skill 3 the most, and skill 1. I think skill 1 is probably the most impressive one, maybe. It might be better to use a skill 1, it depends. But skill 3 has the widest area out of all of his skills. You just got to hope the AI does not use his skill 2, because he'll be in a close range otherwise. It's pretty nice. It's not the best. You know, like DPS wise, it only does 16 hits. It doesn't do that many hits. It could have been better. That's literally double of a skill 1. You know, and then his special. Isn't going to do too much. It's hardly any hits. Yeah, that's not going to do anything, really. So, yeah. Also, remember, he's getting the damage boost on all of these skills because the enemy does have weakness to all these attributes right now. So, he is getting a damage boost on his skill 1 because they're weak to fire, and so on. So, yeah. He's still not hitting damage cap, but he is a non-attribute unit, and non-attribute units don't always hit damage cap in unit test play quests. They sometimes struggle. Even new units sometimes struggle. Because non-attributes, you know, doesn't hit the 100 weakness. But he is hitting Slayer, so... I mean, it's not bad. I think his damage is solid at the moment. But he's gonna need a lot more than this to be viable in PvP, and I don't know if he's even going to be viable. There is a chance, and a very big chance, that he doesn't have enough damage to work in arena or guild battles, but we have to wait and see, I suppose. Because I think Spell Render makes the units take more non-attribute damage and long-range damage, if I'm remembering correctly. If that is the case, then that is why he was meta, because it's a perfect mix. He's a long-attribute, non-attribute damage dealer, you know. Long-range non-attribute is a perfect combination, and that's what he has. So, he has potential, and remember, he doesn't have any extra stats boosts from his insight. That's what they're lacking in here. I think he has potential, but he's going to require a lot more testing, which I do want to try out something really quickly, just to show you something while I'm here. I want to show you Demon Lord Rimuru and his skill 1, just for science. and then I'll look at the final unit. So if you're talking about Redux units, honestly, all of them are kind of, you know, average. I don't think they're going to be anything crazy. Might as well use a potion or something right now, because why not? I'm just doing this to show off his skill 1 really quickly, because I want to see if his skill 1 still has the chaining thing, and I think they fixed it, or they removed it. It was a feature, and they removed the feature and claimed it was a bug when it wasn't a bug, it was a feature, clearly. It's still annoying to me, but let me just teach all of his skills and stuff, and we'll go into a stage that has multiple enemies, use Theopolis to group all the enemies, use a skill 1 just to see if there's any extra hit counts going on. That's all I want to do. That should be fine. If I just do give you Theopolis, and you are going to need SCT, but it'll be fine. So I just want to show you this really quickly, because in the past, a few years ago when he came out, he had a mechanic called chaining, and in the community we call it a mechanic because we never thought it was really a bug, because they never fixed it, and it's been many years, you know. So it's still on Cedriel, and Reese, I believe, please don't change it, Adis, because it's a fun mechanic that isn't even broken. Let me just see if it works. If you don't know what I'm talking about, it's on Cedriel, where if enemies are grouped and literally on top of each other, the hit counts get increased. So let me group everyone, use a skill 1, see if it's more than 8 hits. If it's not, I'm sad. Yeah, it's 8 hits, so they just ruined this unit, which is unfortunately. In the past, you used to be able to group enemies and do more hit counts with a skill 1. Apparently, they said it's a bug, and they now fixed it, so the skill 1 doesn't do extra hits now, which is ridiculous. I hate it. Because you could group enemies before, and then use a skill 1. He had a very good combo. Let me just show you it real quick. He had a very good combo. He was very well designed with his, you know, chaining mechanic. I'm just going to show you it real quick. What you could do is, let me just use this. You could group enemies with a skill 2, and then use skill 1 to kill them, and it was very good. Because it would be doing more than 8 hits right now, and it would have killed them already, you know. But unfortunately they removed that feature, which is frustrating. But yeah, I'm going to leave that there for Demon Lord Rimuru. It's unfortunate that they removed his chaining feature on his skill 1, and I'm going to keep saying it like that because I'm annoyed. And I know it could have been considered a bug, and it probably was, but they never acknowledged it, and it's been many years, and they haven't touched it until now, so why? And there are 2 other units in the game that still have it, and it's not even completely broken. It's I would consider it a feature, but no, apparently not. Well, I don't have his insight unlocked, so he was still not doing it, and I don't have his insight. So they just removed it entirely. It's not tied to his insight. It went in the bugs section. They thought it was a bug and they removed it completely. I mean, maybe they didn't intend for it to happen on this one skill. Maybe that was the case. Maybe chaining is fine and it's just on this one skill, on this one unit, they were like, we don't actually want chaining on this skill because it doesn't make sense. It made him such a good unit though, because you could group with his skill 2 and then use the skill 1 which had chaining and added more hits. It was a very good combo, in PvE content and wasn't even considered broken. It was just a very nice thing to do. But now you can't even do it anymore. But I'm going to leave it there with Demon Lord Rimuru, and let's start having a look at the final unit in here today, which is the Dragonoid form of Milim Nava. So she, same thing with Demon Lord Rimuru, her skills didn't get changed at all, and they are the same. So all of her skills and special hasn't changed, they're the same, I think, which is unfortunate. And then her traits, damage, you know, all of these are the same. I'm just checking. She was alright when she came out. She was okay, but she was never really a meta unit. When she came out, she was still considered mid, and she was never really a meta unit. So I don't have any expectations for this unit. I think she's still going to stay mid, and I don't think this insight's going to change her that much. When using special, use MP to boost the damage cap and damage. Yeah, so let's have a look at everything that she got added. Everything new. Heroism up 4, so more stats. Dark attack raise 4, because she is another dark unit. Dark drive breakthrough 3 is even more damage cap. Okay. And giant killing 5 is a nice one. 10,000 damage cap. And giant shield 2 as well. Damage mitigation. Favored sword, of course, and a two-handed sword boost 3, which is great. More damage and damage cap is very nice. And here's a fun one. True dual wield. She has true dual wield. For some reason they decided to give her true dual wield, which is fun. That's nice. It's a great skill, but it's a bit weird that they would just randomly give this unit true dual wield. But because not many units in the game have true dual wield, but it is a very good one. Adamantium, which we did see on some other unit, it's a whatever skill, which I can't see it. Right here is just some defense and mine stats. Auto EX Brave is pretty nice though. Right there. And auto high protection as well. And that is all of her skills apparently, which is fine. Nothing crazy there really. Nothing crazy. She didn't get any Slayers, but Demon Lord Rimuru did get Slayers, which is funny. Strange. Okay. So she's meant to be more of a tanky damage dealer, which she was okay in the past, but she was never that crazy. So I don't think she's going to be that great now. And now let's have a look at her insight skills, and that will be everything. So boost dark damage by 50%, dark damage cap 120,000 is quite nice. More special damage cap, single wield damage cap. So you know what's weird? You know what's weird? She has true dual wield right here, but she's also got favored sword, a two-handed sword boost 3, and a single wield damage cap insight skill. As a reminder, all of these skills got added with her insight, so it's kinda scuff. And her paid even gives an armor. Why did they give her true dual wield? I have a question, Adis. Why give her true dual wield? Because she's basically a single wield damage dealer. She even has a paid armor. Why would you give her true dual wield for just no reason when you're giving her a bunch of single wield focus skills as well? I don't get it. I never will get it. I don't know why. It's just put in there for no reason, because why not? Really? But okay, fine, why not? Sure. Okay. Damage taken 10%, giant shield 10%, fire, ice, earth, thunder by 5%, well 5. Curse resistance, blind resistance, special charge 2, special gauge 75%. Come on, it could have been 100%. Anyways, yeah, there's nothing crazy here. It's just generic damage dealer stuff, and she's definitely more focused on single wields. And she even has a armor, paid armor, but they give her true dual wields because they want to be funny. You know, even though they gave her two-handed sword boost 3 and favored sword and an insight that gives more Single wield damage? No, we'll just give her true dual wield because make no sense. Okay, well, let's try her out, see how it goes. I think her animations were always kind of not great, so I don't think she's going to be that good, honestly. 8,000 stats, alright. So... I mean, the damage cap is better, but the big but is this skill 1 is 5 hits. And I think I remember her being a low hit unit, so all of her skills have low hit counts. And that is true. All of her skills are trash. I mean, dude, come on. Like, I know she's not going to be able to compare to Hinata because she's a completely new unit and they want to sell the new unit, I understand. But when you see a unit like this and you question why it's not going to be, I'm not going to be here for another 54 minutes. It's going to be fine. This is the final unit we're covering, then we're going to be finishing up soon, and then I've got to have a drink and do the timestamps and then start having dinner soon. It's fine. But yeah, all of her skills, very low hit counts, incredibly low hit counts on all of her skills. Even though she has higher damage caps, it doesn't make up for the fact that all of her skills are terrible. 14 hits on a skill 3, 8 hits on a skill 2, 5 hits on a skill 1. They're all terrible. Unfortunately, I think she's kind of bad. Let's just use the special anyways. This one looked cool, but... why is it 25 hits? Why is 25 hits? She's still underwhelming. Unfortunately, she's still bad. Nothing can change this unit because she's still bad. If you like this unit, she's usable. Okay, if you like the unit, she's usable. But if you just care about meta stuff, she's kind of useless, honestly. And you know what's funny? Is I would probably consider the base form of Milim to be better. Well, yeah, Hinata's going to be better, of course, because this is an old unit, right? Getting insight, she's not expected to be up to meta standards. But yeah, I would probably think the base form of Milim could potentially even be stronger, because doesn't she have better skills, and she's dual wield? Yeah, I don't know. I feel like this unit is on the you know, garbage end of units, unfortunately. Yes, the damage caps look solid, but numbers can be deceiving. Numbers is not the only thing that matters. The hit counts is just so bad. And the actual skills themselves, the animations of the skills are not... I mean, they're okay, they're just not the best. And the hit counts is what really ruins it. And yeah, I don't think she's going to be any good, honestly. So that is all of the insight units. It took a while, but we got there eventually. I do consider the Dragonoid version of Milim to be the worst one out of the three. Out of the four, I mean. Out of the four insights, she's probably has the worst one. And then the other three could be somewhat usable, right? They could be usable. I think Rimuru sounds interesting. The base form sounds interesting for PvP, and I think he's going to be good for PvP. Milim, base form of Milim, decent DPS, I think. Demon Lord Rimuru, I'm hoping has enough PvP damage to be useful. If you like him, he could be good, but none of these are that crazy, honestly. Yeah, I know. Not even hitting damage caps is a big, you know, big sign that they're lacking damage. It's a big sign. For a non-attribute damage dealer, though, like this guy, it's a bit of a different story. But on a attribute unit, when they're not hitting damage cap in a unit test play quest, it is a problem. Even though she's not hitting Slayer, but she should really be hitting damage cap. And Milim, the base form of Milim, yeah, they're kind of lacking damage, really. I think they're lacking damage. Rimuru, I think both forms of I think both forms of him are pretty good. I think they can be usable and could be useful, maybe, if you like them. But honestly, every single one of these units in this collab are just damage dealers, and I don't think they're going to be that crazy unless the base form of Rimuru has some strong magic damage. I can't tell yet, and it depends. So, yeah, if I were to pick one unit out of all of these, it would probably be the base form of Rimuru or the Demon Lord form, one of the two. One of these two forms of Rimuru would be my favourite, and the one that I would recommend picking if you already have every single arc, that is, and those two units could be useful. I think Rimuru long term, the base form long term, the only reason why I'm saying it is because of this one skill. If you care about guild battles, then the base form of Rimuru could be useful because of this extra revives. That's the only reason. But yeah. Yeah, unfortunately so far every unit in this collab is just a damage dealer. Demon Lord Rimuru could be good, could do decent damage in like PvP, but we do have Moment's Arch being Magius, and we did have a insight for Virgil recently, so yeah, it really depends on his performance. They're going to need more testing in PvP to really see how they do there, but if you like the units, they could be good in PvE, but they're not going to be as good as newer units. Yeah, well, some people, I personally still like guild battles just to mess around with it and builds and stuff. I still find fun, but I don't chase like all the meta stuff for it. If I could help it, you know. I don't chase for all the meta guild battle stuff or arena stuff. It's just if that meta stuff ends up being useful outside of that, then I consider it to be quite useful. But if there's literally just like it depends, right? I think I'm going to leave it there for today. I pretty sure I covered everything. I don't think there's really anything else I need to talk about. I still really want Hinata because I think she's going to be quite good and fun to mess around with. So I'm probably still going to try to pull for her and hope to get her before the banner ends. Yeah. I will talk about Shift Telestio in the conclusion, which I will start right now, just to kind of summarize everything, because I like to do it there. I'll talk about banners and stuff and what you should be pulling on. So, conclusion for today. I do like that this collab is coming back, even though this collab has had a lot of reruns. This is the fourth time it's came back, so not the most exciting, but it is still nice to have this, I suppose, for people that like this collab. So, I think part 1, the unit looks pretty good. I think she's going to be quite strong, especially if you don't have Christmas Rem. She's going to be quite a good unit to have on your account if you're missing a top tier DPS unit. She's going to be quite strong, especially if you get her paid weapon and get everything to boost her. She's going to be quite good. I do think she's going to be quite fun unit to use, and it's going to be unit for quite a while, but she is just a damage dealer, and the arc is kind of underwhelming, doesn't have much to it. It has a little bit that's useful, like the traits, and the Archive Award could be useful, but everything else kind of whatever. So it's a decent banner, I suppose. but I do recommend to wait until part 2 just to see what that has, just in case that has anything better in it. Who knows? And we still have the shift form of Telestio banner going on for another 2 weeks. He has had some testing. It turns out in PvP, he isn't that strong as people were thinking he was going to be. Because, yes, it seemed like originally he was going to be a PvP unit, but his PvP damage currently doesn't fit into the meta, and I've only seen like maybe 1 or 2 people that have gotten him to work, and nobody uses him in top rankings in Arena right now, because he just doesn't really fit there. And competition right now is Shiflok Zeus and Archbeing Magus, and he struggles against these units, and he needs a lot of limited skills and stuff to really work there in Arena. He needs like the Science Flag and a lot of limited stuff, so I don't think it's going to work in Arena. He's not that great there, but on the positive side with this unit, he has been working for me in PvE content, and I'll show you something really quickly. I've been using him dual wield in PvE content, and he is actually quite strong. You give him Mecha Cannon Valdis and any Dark Sword that you have, and this build ends up being quite strong. Because you can just keep spamming his skill 1, and he is actually quite a strong unit, and you can even make him a sub-support as well, because he has EX Drain, and you can make him work against endgame content. Keep spamming skill 1, he actually ends up being a very high DPS unit. Now, he's not the best, but if you get him, he can be quite useful. So I do think it's good, but Hinata's better. What's his damage cap like in dual wield? It's about 140,000 damage cap dual wield, which isn't crazy. But yes, there are better unit options, but when you would want to use him is when you want to have a sub DPS and a support at the same time. So in certain teams he could fit in, because you could make him the support and he can also do damage at the same time. So I think he's quite good, but he's not worth pulling hard on. He's not worth pulling that much on, because he's not a unit that you need, but he is a fun unit and a unit that could be useful, you know, for the EX Drain and EX Nemesis debuffs. And you could use him in Battlegraph Simulator, which I do want to show you my Battlegraph Simulator stuff in a moment once we've talked about all these banners. But yeah, honestly, you can skip him because he's not necessary, and I do consider Hinata to be better for PvE content, considering that this Telestio, Shift Telestio, doesn't really work in Arena right now. So yeah, he's good, but I don't think he's worth pulling for, really. And we've also got the Redux. Basically, you can ignore most of these units. They're not worth pulling for. Just ignore these units. Rimuru can be fun and okay. All of these units can be alright, apart from Diablo and Veldora. These are kind of underwhelming because they don't have insight, so they're super outdated right now. The other 4 can be usable, at least if you like them, but don't pull just for units. You're going to be pulling just for arcs, and I would recommend Sworn Ally the most, and then the Conqueror Flames second, because they have some good learnable skills in, and Storm Dragon Veldora can be a good third arc. Apart from that, you don't really need anything else. I think these 2 are the most useful arcs in here. Everything else is more, you know, whatever. It has something useful in it, but it's not necessary, so it's up to you if you want to pull for those or not. Harvest Festival is the most useless one, unfortunately. Sworn Ally is the best one, Conqueror Flame second, Storm Dragon Veldora is third probably, and then these 2 are probably similar. That's what I would say about Redux. Try to get some things from it if you can, because these arcs can be good to have just in case. At least try to pull one of the arcs if possible, because getting Sworn Ally and Conqueror Flames would be nice, but it really depends on how much you care about PvP stuff. This arc is an older one which has Ultra Fire Health, Spirit Victory, which you could technically use on the base form of Rimuru, and this one's quite nice too. Veldora's Journal is okay, but it's got Empty-Handed, which is super niche and rarely used on units. The trait could be used, it's okay, it's an okay trait. Archive Rewards is okay, but like it doesn't have anything crazy. Well, Disintegration, the only reason why I consider this one to be somewhat useful is for the this one learnable skill. You can use this on Hinata or any unit with a special. That's the only use for it. Everything else about it is kind of bad. So yeah, I think Veldora's journal was better than Disintegration in that case. So Sworn Ally, Conquer Flames, Storm Dragon, Veldora, and then Veldora's journal, and then Disintegration, and then Harvest Festival is what I would rate all these arcs in order. Probably don't need Harvest Festival or Disintegration. You don't need all of these, but at least trying to get Swarm Ally and maybe as many as you can would be ideal if possible. But yeah, I am gonna try to get Sworn Ally, Conquer Flames, Storm Dragon, Veldora. All of these three are maybe Veldora's journal if possible, but they're not necessary, right? Like, they do have some useful things in, but not anything that's game-changing or anything like that. There's more, they're more PvP focused, so it's up to you of what you care about most, but Sworn Ally's still the best one, I think. And apart from that, this banner you can just skip entirely because she is going to be a permanent unit when she goes in the permanent pool in a few months or whenever that is. She's not anything crazy though. And I think that's everything with the current banners going on. So also, if you're thinking about what you should be selecting on rate up here, definitely Theopolis and Great War of Ruin. These two are must-have still. Theopolis is the best one, arguably. Thaumaturgy Ring is still an amazing arc. It's one of the best arcs. So this one, if you don't have it, and then Great War of Ruin, and then Council of 10, and then after that, doesn't matter too much, probably Logzaeus and Milim. Amaterasu probably the least useful one. But it does have a good Archive award, so yeah, these three are kind of less useful than these three. But those three are the more useful ones. Yeah, if you already have the base form of Rimuru, his shift form is going to be the next best unit, I think. In my opinion, at least. With his units, only Labrev's going to be useful there. But the rate up is very small, so yeah. Yeah, I think base form of Milim, of Rimuru, and shift form are going to be the better ones, and the base form of Milim is probably the third best. But they're not anything crazy. Like ReZero was a different situation where the units, well, Amelia was actually very strong, so this isn't one of those situations. This is a situation where they're just old damage dealers, which doesn't have anything crazy in it, so they're not necessary. So yeah, I think that's everything I want to cover today. There is one thing I want to show you guys really quickly, is just with Battleground Simulator. I have been doing this recently a little bit, and I managed to get a bit higher in Pablo, and I did one stage with Telestio against the Kraken boss, and I managed to beat it in that time, so I can definitely push higher in this now. With this team, I've been using this team, it's pretty good, honestly, because these are both dark damage dealers, and this team works quite well, honestly, even though you do have to make Shift Telestio the support. You have to give him, you know, some supportive debuffs, but he can still work in this team, and he's the main debuff support unit. She's the SCT battery unit, she's obviously the ailment unit. This team worked pretty well. Obviously it could be better probably, but it still worked against this boss, and I've managed to get difficulty 300 against the Worm, which is quite cool. I did this this week actually. I've been pushing this over the last week or so, and got this to 300, which was great. And this is the first boss I got to difficulty 300, so I'm quite happy with that. Did take quite a bit of time, but this team managed to do it. Not the best time, but I don't care. I just wanted to at least beat it once. But yeah, I managed to get that done, so I'm happy with that one. And I am slowly working on Everlard. This Dark Beast is what I'm probably working on next. I haven't really worked on this one yet. But it is proof that Shift Telestio can work in some teams as a sub DPS and support. And I suppose if you're interested, I can show you what his damage is looking like just really quickly, and then I'll end the stream today. Which are the easiest Battleground bosses? I would consider... It's probably going to be laggy though, but oh well. I just want to show you his damage. Yeah, Lenius is for stun and damage. I'm just going to show you what his damage looks like and focus on him. $179,000 damage cap. He is hitting damage cap, by the way. See, he can be pretty good. I'm not coping, you know, I just wanted to show you this really quickly. You basically be spamming skill 1 on him. And occasionally a skill 3. It's quite solid. He's hitting damage cap, so yeah, it works quite well. And with Mecha Cannon Veldis against this boss, it's kind of perfect, really. But yeah, that is what I've been doing against that boss. I only did it once, I wanted to try it out. It did work, so it's usable. But obviously I've got Christmas Rem in there too, so I'm mostly using Christmas Rem, focusing on her as the main damage dealer, spamming skill 3, while trying to use his skill 1 and skill 3 at the same time. It is a lot of micromanaging, but it works. And yeah, this was Lenius using only Thunder Magic with this arc that gives magic a chance to stun. So then the boss was mostly permanently stunned, apart from that one time where it broke out of stun for some reason. Emperor Lelouch with Milim Elf and some debuffs. And of course, Christmas Rem is the main damage dealer. The most important piece of the puzzle was her, of course, with her crazy crest and some insane stuff. So yeah, I've been focusing on that, and it was pretty good. So yeah, I'm going to leave that there for today. I did consider... I have considered multiple times about doing a live stream of Battleground Simulator, but there is a problem with it that I would have to do it on my phone, and if I link up my phone to the computer and stream it that way, there is some lag, and it's not very, it's got lower frames, so I don't think it would be as good of a stream if I were to do that. So I thought about it, but I think there are just problems with it, and it would be a bit laggy, and it wouldn't be the best stream to watch if I were to do that, is the thing. But yeah, I probably wouldn't be saying too much because I'll need to concentrate when I'm doing that, because it's like the most brain-intensive content in the game is that Battleground Simulator, which is funny. Yeah, but I'm going to leave it there for today. I do need to do my dinner soon and get the timestamps done, so I'm going to do the timestamps in the next 15 minutes or so, and I will be back for part 2 next week. Next Thursday is going to be part 2, and I'm probably going to be doing a few more summons each day and trying to get Hinata, because I feel like she's going to be quite good, and I would really like to get her if possible. I'm just curious really quickly about these bosses. Hinata Cat is a light damage dealer, which is demonic type enemies. Creature, she works against creatures and undead types. So creatures could be Everloud, but has very high light resistance, but shouldn't be a problem if you're using Archbeam melee and the you know, debuffs, because she does also minus light resistance. So maybe it could work. It re-gives the debuff as well for light resistance on Emperor Lelouch. Maybe you could have this team with her in it instead of, but I don't see why you would want to. I don't know, I'm just thinking about where Hinata would work, and I think this is probably the only potential boss she could work in, but it has a lot of light resistance, and you could just be using Christmas Rem because the boss has weakness to dark. So yeah, it's probably not the best yet, but maybe in the future when there's another boss that Hinata could work against better, who knows. But yeah, I'm gonna leave that there for today. I really have to go now. I'll have the timestamps as quick as I can. And thanks for everyone for being here. I will be here next week for part 2. Hopefully I can get the unit before the next stream. I'm hoping so, because I would really like to get the unit if possible. But yeah, I'll see you in the next one. It's been about 4 hours 10 minutes, quite a long one, and yeah, I'll see you then.